Have you ever wondered what the role and function of your government is to you, your country, and to its economy? Ministries, how their decisions impact every aspect of your life and your livelihood? Well, join us every Saturday for Trinbago Social Talkonomics, where we highlight good government, good governance, best practices, and key performance indicators. Join us at 7:30 p.m. on our YouTube podcast. See you there. Have you ever wondered what the role and function of your government is to you, your country, and to its economy? Ministries, how their decisions impact every aspect of your life and your livelihood? Well, join us every Saturday for Trinbago Social Talkonomics, where we highlight good government, good governance, best practices, and key performance indicators. Join us at 7:30 p.m. on our YouTube podcast. See you there. Have you ever wondered what the role and function of your government is to you, your country, and to its economy? Ministries, how their decisions impact every aspect of your life and your livelihood? Well, join us every Saturday for Trinbago Social Talkonomics, where we highlight good government, good governance, best practices, and key performance indicators. Join us at 7:30 p.m. on our YouTube podcast. See you there. Have you ever wondered what the role and function of your government is to you, your country, and to its economy? Ministries, how their decisions impact every aspect of your life and your livelihood? Well, join us every Saturday for Trinbago Social Talkonomics, where we highlight good government, good governance, best practices, and key performance indicators. Join us at 7:30 p.m. on our YouTube.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Renison Jeffrey, and this is the Workers' Rights Platform. We are broadcasting live on the Workers' Rights Network. So right now, today is the 14th of the 6th month, 2025. And we are currently waiting on the main host as to join us here, that we could have a fruitful discussion here, live, here tonight. Right, so I see the host, the main host joining us here right now on the program. So we have a litany of things to discuss tonight. It has been an ongoing discussion here on this platform, in which we were having for for the past weeks, for a long time. Host, by the way, I see your mic is a little bit muted. Host, I see your mic mute there a little bit, you know. Right, just now. Let me put you up on the screen. You know, for your lateness now, you had us a little bit running out of time a little bit. So let me put you up on the screen that everybody could see you and your nice hairstyle and all kind of thing in the back So what going on, Miss Keziah? Hello? No going on that side, who's say about Keziah, I'm not hearing you. Okay, sorry about that. I'm now hearing you. Tell me. Nah. Volume off. Hello? Right, right. So you are live on screen there now.
Good. Good. This evening, I'm not 100% ready. I humbly apologize for that. Just a lot of things came up and delayed my process for this evening. So um, I'm a bit behind time, and I apologize.
Let's jump right into the discussion today. Last week we were talking about the
Let's see.
last week we were talking about the 10% issue. You're kind of dipping in and out. Yes, Keziah, we having a little technical difficulties with you on that side. Tell me what going on. With your screen sticking.
I don't know. I get the internet. I've tried. I'm not sure why.
Well, I guess we having some bad connection on that side from the no. No, we literally senior. Yes, we senior. Right. So whilst we wait on Miss Keziah on her side as to hook up via the link. Now a lot of things would have been taking place today during this course of this week. We would have seen the floodings that would have taken place in central Trinidad. A hiker would have went off course, and we have the video here. So let us play this clip so you can see find back the 4 hikers that would have went a little bit off course. So the many of you that wasn't in touch with the news, not on social media, this is the video.
It's 6:32 a.m. and a group of persons comprising Hunter Search and Rescue Team, 5 fire officers, Coast Guard officers, embarked on a trip last night to locate 4 lost hikers. We first went to Edith Falls. We were unable to get them there, and then we came to Mount St. Catherine, and we arrived here at 12:47 a.m. this morning, and at 3:26 a.m. we were able to locate the 4 lost hikers. We just came out, and it was a bit tough for all of us. I just want to mention that the 4 hikers are in good spirits. They came out by themselves. And what happened was that fell upon them. They fumbled a bit, and so they did the right thing by sitting down, waiting for us, and we were calling. They were calling until eventually, after a long 3 hours or so, we were there. So it's nice to end this rainy morning on a good note. I want to say thank very much to the fire officers, and if the chief is listening, I want to get some commendations to these 5 officers together with the Coast Guard. Please reward your officers. They did human service. They went beyond the call, and they stuck it out in the rain, sliding, slipping, to be able to get these hikers.
Well, that was the 4 hikers that would have stumbled, of course. And trust me, not some of the times when you hear these type of stories that existing within the public domain, you know what we just say? We just hope for the worst, a matter of fact. We just hope for the best, but expect the worst. So now, as I said, we guess on them a little bit late. So just keeping you occupied at the meantime. This is not my show. I know what's going on with Keziah on the next side. So we have Oral Saunders that we are going to join in here. And right. So Keziah, are you there? No, she's not there. So we have another clip, right? And yeah, very much better. Wow. And right, we saw that out. Right, so just now I'm going to add it to the screen and you can meet your guests and say hello, good night, and apologize for all this bad behavior you have on your side where you're coming on late, you're taking on things. Yeah, I had to put you up, I had to put you up because people come in here early to see you. And I really don't know. I really don't know what take place there with you. To tell you the truth. Yeah, but it's not all that good enough. But it's still we having at least a little technical difficulties, but still. Yeah, but I hear you clearly, and they will. All right. They will be able to see you clearly. I'm putting you on screen now. So let me get the next guest, the next host, up on the screen. So I introducing you, Miss Keziah Allen. I have it good tonight. So are you Keziah friend, she neighbor, she cousin, she sister. Or you don't get me, I pronounce it right. So Keziah, you're on screen with your lovely hairstyle here today.
Thank you, Renison. Thank you for that introduction. Well, it's always a pleasure. I must humbly apologize for the delay in signing in this evening, but technical issues created the disconnect. So I'm on now, and I hope everything would be steady and fine for us to function and push forward with tonight's broadcast. Yeah.
So what it is you are prepared tonight, Miss Keziah, because I mean you're always detailed, you're always purposeful, a matter of fact. I must admit, I mean, you're a little more organized than myself. As a person that, last minute I was talking about just to buy a little time, I was talking about the hunter search and rescue, in which they would have, 4 hikers would have come out, would have went a little bit off, and they would have found them. I would have just played the video. I would like to play some video with some of the flood that would have taken place. I mean, this astronomical flood that we would have seen for quite, I don't know what causing it, but this clip here, I really like this clip here. What I did see here with this with the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, where they was rescuing this whole family here. I don't know if you've seen it. You should be able to see it. Okay. Yeah, but what do you think about it, Amanda?
Well, in all countries, all, first world, second world, third world, and underdeveloped, we all experience this. These are natural elements that we cannot control. You cannot. And it is something that we have to try to be prepared for a lot better than we are right now.
Mm-hmm.
But it is prevalent in most any part of the world. I was in London, and London was flooded. Certain parts of London was flooded. People's houses was underwater. That was in 2017. I think in 2019 they had the same situation where people's homes were flooded. Now it's not all over London, but it was happening, and I was like, I was like so surprised. I was like, flooding London, you say, because in my mind, just off saying it, you'd be like, of course not. That's a first world country. I mean, it's the Queen's place. Come on, never. And then it actually happened. It literally flooded. We have parts of the US that floods as well. So there's not much we can do to prevent it, but we could be a little more prepared to manage and the transition for individuals who experience it. It's not a government issue. The government don't need to do this, the government don't need to do that. These are natural elements, right? If you want to say act of God, because we need the rain, we need it. We need water to drink. The crops need it. We need it. But we just have to be set up a contingency plan that would be better designed to assist individuals when they actually experience it.
Okay.
And
So
if anybody wants to blame a government, this is one time it didn't have no government to blame, because I don't see the government throwing a paper on the ground. I don't see the government throwing things out of the car window. So when drains and stuff blocked, don't blame the government. I just be sorry if I get caught in it. In my car, I have a plastic bag. I always make sure I have bags neatly folded, and those plastic bags would create a garbage. And when I'm passing any garbage bin, I drop it in it. Sometimes I bring it home, just to put it out with the regular trash. So unless we become more responsible as citizens, some of the floods can be avoided. Some of them, but some of them we create. It's not avoidable for the most of it. I'm not sure if you're hearing me, Renison. I just want to make sure that you're getting me clear, as you know my situation with the internet.
yeah, I getting you loud and clear on this side here. So that was one that was one of the pity. Now, what I want to draw upon here, Keziah, that there was a next issue, a matter of fact, the same instances, but a next issue. Just let me get that on screen so that you could see it, a matter of fact. And I asked myself something. I ring my ears, a matter of fact. I say, what is this that a matter of fact, this is some more instances of the flood there where the trains and the roadside, and I mean, this was, it was astronomical. But there was a particular clip where a backhoe was cleaning a drain whilst the flood was taking place.
Now, let me go there a little bit. Because what you mentioned there, that's some of the areas that you can actually blame government on. Why is it when the rainy season starts? I'm trying to get the rationale, so that's why I'm asking. I ain't no engineer, and I'll need one to at least come up and indicate why every rainy season is when we see the excavators, the backhoe coming out to clear riverway, drainways, to when it already happening. That for me is stupid. I want to say it as it is. It's a high level of Down syndrome, a high level of ADHD, a high level of retardation. I mean, it's the highest level of disability. To have these things done after the fact. Because there are a lot of areas where you actually know this is what's going to happen. So how are we going to fix it? And the fact that you always see it when the rainy season starts baffles me to the highest order. I don't get it. I'm confused. There are certain areas that flood now that though they used to flood in older years, it wasn't as bad as it is now, and that is simply because of drainage. For example, I see right at the bus terminal, just before, I don't know what that street is, but it's just at the turn of Abattoir Road, adjacent to the bus terminal. There's a building going up there. I never investigated or asked what it was. Someone said it's apartments. But it is baffling to me that you have right next to it has a open spot. When that area there is flooded, because they right there gets flooded very high, the water is pumped from the road into the open lot. When the open lot cannot take any more water, then you have the southeast zone and that same Abattoir Road full of water. Explain to me, why would you put, if it's an apartment building, because I remember back in the day, that was a Republic Bank building. That property there was where Republic Bank, one of the Republic Bank locations, where I think it was the armored vehicle location, if I'm not mistaken. But when the rain ends and the tide go down, the water used to run out. Now that is not the case. And it is a stone throw away from the East Dry River. If I tell you the building is right next to the East Dry River, the flooding on Sauki and on Abattoir Road happens literally a stone throw away. Explain to me how come? What go? How? It just doesn't make logical sense.
Well, it looking like it's, to me, poor engineering. And the thing about it is this, Keziah, not to
Not
cast no
poor
stone.
engineering, Renison. No engineering. Because if it's poor engineering, I have to question the qualifications of the engineers that we have.
No, well,
Because
you see, the second issue could be, I mean, when an area is rapidly developed and they don't take into consideration the waterways, things like this could take place because you have more runoff from roofs, from more drains that it have in the area. So the widening of certain water courses should be something that they should look into when they're doing these developments in these areas. What you're talking about there is in Port of Spain. And the mere factor that this thing going on in Port of Spain and it have engineers there, and these things should be something that they should take into consideration. Now I now see, as I was relating the issue, I now see Keziah jump off again of the live. Right, we hash you back. Keziah, I don't know if you was hearing me just a while back. No, we not hearing you again. Yes, you're sticking here. To talk to DDCL Flow, one of them. I don't know which one of them giving you bad internet, but I just get some good good service done on this side. Right, we taking a while for it to even come on screen, right? So you're up on screen here with us again. I mean, you could pick up where you left off. We was talking about the engineering part, and I would have added in my 2 cents based on the fact that when new development is taking place, I mean, they should consider widening the drainage system as the supplement.
widening and deepening. Because sometimes when you look at some of the riverways, there's no way that you could actually widen it without affecting the roadway itself and the existing infrastructure. Because obviously, if you go too close to the roadway, after a while you're going to see the road either getting cracks or holes, right? So it would be, in some cases, deepening would be necessary. But there are some preventative actions for some of those issues. Because I can very well tell you that South Key Abattoir Road flooding, it is simply because the gateway, I think they said years to open it, maybe because the Syrians don't drive there, they don't care if they're flooding. Because in my opinion, you have Valsine, Kiemawela, you have the bamboo section, you have that south side, you have the north side. A lot of one percenters live on the north side. I have never heard, and somebody has to correct me if I'm wrong, I've never heard of the one percenter side flooding. But I've always heard, almost every year, of the bamboo side flooding. So we can blame it on engineering and stuff, but there's a lot of and let me address a comment I see Slim
No, you did.
putting in.
I mean,
I
we're thinking then, because I want the audience to know what you think. That is intentional, not so. Come now, man, subline slimy, go in your head, this somebody.
It has to be intentional.
Uh-huh.
It has to be intentional simply because you would put a building for who to live. No one percent is not coming there to live.
Mm-hmm.
And the people you're going to put there are going to have the problem with the flooding. When they tell you they can't get in and out of the compound to get into their homes, what you'll see, because I'm not quite sure, I've never asked, and I kept saying I would stop at some point and find out what it is they're actually putting there.
Oh God, what's right?
But come on,
Allow.
one side of Valsine, one side.
Keziah, I'm not here. You're sticking.
Listen,
you're sticking bad.
I don't know. And this is not the night to stick, because tonight is not the night to stick. Hold on now. Let me see. Oh God. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know which one. I don't want this show to become
Hello. So again, I mean, thanks to Digicel on Keziah's side, Be Mobile, we have this continual break in transmission, and we don't know what causing it. I believe it's probably the weather, but if that is a thing of the weather, we hope that Be Mobile fix this kind of speed of internet that, you know, that at the end of the day it's subjected to breaks and these kind of things. I mean, Be Mobile or you handle or you see now, but oh God, in Trinidad. I'm a matter of fact, let me pull up Be Mobile. Let me pull up Be Mobile. Be Mobile. Be Mobile Trinidad and Tobago. Or you see about your business, please. Right, so let me see. Nah, Keziah on. So this week here was another episode that you would have seen with the Baco. Why is rain taking place? And you know, some of you saying that is not may not be the government. Right, so again it here. Right, So these are another examples of some of the flood that is taking place in Trinidad.
Yes, all you, this is Madras Road by the must. Watch it, real water still. Well, all you can't pass it. All you go pass it, I can't wind till. Listen what I'm telling all you. I see coconut man right by the bridge. Watch it.
It's Thursday, the 12th of June 2025. This area falls under the Ministry of Works. But after years of neglect, we couldn't leave it. The Shogunas Borough Corporation is stepping in because too many families have suffered. It's Thursday, the 12th of June 2025. This area falls under the Ministry of Works. But after years of neglect, we couldn't leave it. The Shogunas Borough Corporation is stepping in because too many families have suffered.
You know, somebody would have asked the question, where was all these highlights that was taking place under the previous administration? Now, to you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, if someone didn't point it out to me, I myself would have thought it was sounding sketchy at the end of the day. Yes, Miss Keziah, we having that same internet problem that you're talking about from on your side of the fence. Just hold on, just hold on. Hold on. We just had to put you back up on screen again, you know. It's a process, a matter of fact. When you come off, you had to put you back up. Hold on a second, right. So you're on. I don't know how long it go stay on, but yeah, I mean the floor is all yours. Yeah, I'm doing some extra work here behind the scene, girl.
I humbly apologize, but I think by the end of this week coming here, I should have maybe Digicel, because I find that, certain areas, certain networks work better. So I know, well, I have some neighbors who said they have Digicel and they're not experiencing the problems I am experiencing. So I looked at that. I'm not promoting for Digicel. Digicel ain't paying me, but at least if we're doing this, I need to have a network that is going to support the streaming. So let's go back into it, especially for people like Slimy or Slimmy, whichever one it is, because yeah. You're hearing me?
Loud and clear. We are hearing you loud and clear.
Okay.
Now, Slimy had a question. He say, how you could say that the flooding issue is not about government? Because at the end of the day, it's not my private drain that we have outside it. That is not my private drain. That is not a drain that I build. I mean, there are certain things that fall underneath local and central government. I mean, I go like it to address that a little bit. I mean, there's what this platform is about, so you need to address that. What is that?
First, I will begin with
right. I want to hear
where he's concerned. I think he has special needs, and I'll say why. Because the beginning of the show, I indicated you cannot blame the government for flooding because that is a natural disaster. I mentioned that even first world and second world countries and other third world countries experience the exact same situation we have. So if that is the case, and I referred to being in London and experience it, and I was like, are you kidding me? And they were like, no, it flooded. So I don't know what part of the broadcast he came in on, but I'm a bit concerned about it. Simply because I didn't blame a government. But what I mentioned is that there's a particular part of Port of Spain that the water does not get to run off simply because they said that the drainway is shut and no one seems to be concerned with opening it. And on top of that, PNM decided to start construction of what I think, I'm not sure because I didn't know this was the topic we were going into today. So I would have at least gone and make some inquiries and stuff to be able to speak from a position of knowledge. So I am speculating here that it is an apartment building because someone said that to put an apartment building in a flood zone for who to live there. I mentioned that there are two sides of Valsine, 1% and then the bamboo. The bamboo floods all the time, right? And on top of that, I also mentioned
that... Stop reading the comments, right? I think it distracted you. You understand? Don't let these comments I think distract you. Continue to answer for me, please, you know.
No. For real, I was actually going to close it. I'm actually going through my tabs was to close it simply because of the same reason. So while I was trying to close it, I just glimpsed one of his messages. But people like Slimy does not faze me because when I speak about situations and stuff, it is from a position of doing what research is necessary to present. I don't do anything Vikey. When we dealt or still dealing with the medical tourism that he's so adamant on, I am yet to hear him ask AI how plausible it is. Because I know that I asked AI because he's all about artificial intelligence. So I said, you know what, it's not my thing, but I need to know about it simply because the world is going in that direction. I can't be behind. So I decided, let me check with AI. I took all the research info after taking as much days to put it together. And I put it into AI and I asked AI, what would be best, agriculture or medical tourism? And I would dare Slimy to do that. Put it into AI and ask them which would be best, which should be done first. And AI said medical tourism. So if you can, Redison, ask AI, and probably I think it does audio. You could audio the response and let Slimy hear what AI is saying. Because everybody, even Slimy was swearing by artificial intelligence. So I would like him to tap into his artificial intelligence because apparently the Oxford Business Leisure also lack intelligence when it was mentioned there. And the symposium that I went to, that actually is where the idea generated further for me to look into it as a potential. And he has a problem with that. So I think he needs to ask AI. So in the meantime, in between time, when he has special needs, I would allow him to go through AI to enlighten himself. But anyways, going back to the flood situation, the government would be responsible because there are certain things the government can do. There are some roads, because of how long they've been established, some roads that nothing has ever been done since they were constructed since King Hatchet was a hammer, and they've been lowering on itself because they may raise the main road and not raise the minor road. And in certain situations, that can be resolved. I remember there was I can't remember what it was, but this country had used gabion baskets, and then they used a sort of they were recycling plastic. So the gabion baskets were filled with stones, obviously, and they used a plastic. In recycling plastic itself, they use a plastic and paved over it. So they were able to raise the road, but water was still able to move in and out and settle where it needed, because once tide is high, the water cannot go anywhere. But it could settle and still allow passage to and from. So maybe we can look into that, because we would not have a ministry of works for no reason, nor would we have a ministry of infrastructure for no reason. So what I would encourage our viewers to do also is to actually go and look at what these ministries' role and functions are, to understand what works and transport does, then understand what infrastructure does, and then we have the corporations that has supposed to have engineers. When we get to that understanding, we would speak less nonsense. And I would like for you to put up the link that I sent you in the section, where we will be able to have people like Slimy or Slimmy, whichever one it is, to actually see what is being said. Because
So
again,
what that is
it's
about
easy to research.
medical tourism, right?
Medical tourism, because I wasn't prepared for this topic. This is just an impromptu topic because of the situation that is currently at hand.
No, I mean, just to weigh in on the subject now, what I'm going to do is place it on the screen. We would have just asked AI as to what is more feasible, a matter of fact. And it would have said here, the speed and growth of medical tourism versus agriculture in Trinidad and Tobago. Medical tourism is generally poised to grow more quicker than agriculture in Trinidad based on the current trend, and sectorial preference and government strategies, a matter of fact. I would have went into outline medical tourism, growth and potential, and speed, a matter of fact. It talk about that there, and it talk about we talk about other things as well.
Just tag it there.
Agriculture current
just tag it there
and limitations. So
I'm probably inbox it to Slimy, nah?
No, well,
inbox it to Slimy. You can't read all, because I feel
you can't read all.
We can't
read all.
But on top of that, I think he has a hearing problem, because a lot of the nonsense that he types is because he didn't hear what we said before. So I want you to tag him in it so that he can go read it for himself. Or he could carry it to his parents and let them know he got homework. Yeah? Because
so
ask AI. This was the same Slimy that turn and say AI is the future. We could use AI in
so again, Slimy some homework to do then.
Listen,
Slimy, go and do some homework. Go and do some homework, brother. Yeah, son, go and do some homework.
And I need to send a letter home to his parents, because like he's not doing his homework. Because you telling me, I presented to you where the research on how medical tourism could work for us. I took the time, I built it, I shared it. Asked if you could see it maybe, and I would share it with you. But you didn't do that. Yeah, these are the type of miserable people who have nothing good to say. They've born miserable, they grow up miserable, and they're going to die that way because they have nothing good to say. Nothing. Because facts presents that medical provisions for medical tourism is more viable for our economy right now. But I dotish and I this and I that, but you have special needs. Princess Elizabeth Institution has no room for you.
What institution is that, Kessie? I don't know.
Well, Princess Elizabeth deals with special need people, but I mean, they don't have room for him. He on all the spectrums, every last one. So I don't think it have anybody equipped to share information with him. You're not coming on and presenting, well, I did this research and I'd like to share it with you. You're not saying that. But you know I don't, because I could ask you, how personal are you and I? I don't know you. Or at least I think I don't. And even if you know me, I don't understand. We're a forum for us to uplift our country and our economy. Is the platform for you to take a personal tone to me? Because I'm starting to wonder if you're gay, and if it is I running after somebody that you're running after. That's the only how I could see this being personal. That you decide that all you doing, you ain't listen to nothing. Right? How is AI feasible? You ain't say how yet. You have not said how AI is feasible. I give a whole document that presented where AI will have a firm place, that even for all the other islands, we are also going to be able to generate the use of AI for them, and could probably become their support factor for that, because they use us for a lot of things. Went back to pick up the what you call it, the journal on where it was mentioned. Do some research and share it with us. Say, hey, go check this out. Right? You're not saying that, but you want to keep bashing. You want to keep bashing.
Watch out. Big man. You're coming in. Fire on you. Firebird.
No, you know there's a Napoleon syndrome. You know there's a Napoleon syndrome.
Of course, that is short man syndrome. It happens.
Right.
People had that.
I believe Smiley have Napoleon syndrome. I feel so. It has to be. Because you cannot be looking at a platform trying to help and want to break. It is not the one. I am not the one. I'm not the two. If they send for me, tell them you and find me, because I could tell you ain't ready. Yes. Vincent said the topic was about flood. Yes, but Slimmy, whatever it is, he out of timing. He out of order. Right? And he's showing up his colors. He is showing up his colors. People have real problems in this country, real ones. Which one you telling me you willing to champion? Because when the month come, I just donate. I donate to children's home every month. Tell me what you do. Tell me what you do. People have real problems. Real homes were flooded. The government not responsible. Why would we have a Ministry of Infrastructure? And why would we have a Ministry of Works and Transport? Have you read the About section in those websites as to what they are about? Tell me. Because then you wouldn't come and utter absolute nonsense. The economy in a state, we have no money. The public servants need the increase. How is it coming? We are presenting a solution. I don't have the money to develop it myself 100. You feel I wouldn't want to? You know how much millions would be in my pocket if it is I was to have the money to do that? Or someone is willing to pay me to do the research? Of course. I'd be absolutely happy. But guess what? Renison, he wants you to play some recording. You could play it.
Wait, say, go ahead and play
Because
that.
I want
Go ahead and play that recording.
real people. Play it. Real people have real problems in this place.
No, but before I go into play that recording, just now, we probably speakers on here in the studio, a matter of fact. Let me play this thing. I mean, what you just said there, now, because I would have seen this video, and I wanted to hear this video, a matter of fact. Hear what this woman is saying, a matter. I don't know if you hear it. I would have heard it on social media.
I didn't.
It make my heart drop.
That is why
but
I'm now
entirely,
going to tell you certain things
I
avoid.
This woman talking about, what was she living, a matter of fact. A matter of fact, let me pull this thing on the whole screen. I want to take in this video.
Some of those things I avoid because it does bring tears to my eyes.
I want to, I put this on, let me put it up a little bit. Let me block off my face a little bit because, yeah, what this lady say?
Hi, my name is Vinja Mango. We live in Site 3 Place, Branch 2, Mall Street.
I'm not hearing it, huh?
We've been about 20 years now. But every time rainfall is always how it's hot, right? So we turn up to HGC housing, we never get to anything. All they do is just bring a little hamper for us. That is all they ever do. But say we get help from anybody, no.
Have you all tried other housing other than HGC to probably relocate to other areas as well?
We don't know anywhere else, but we're trying the best to see if we get any help, any assistance, anyway that because they can get because this is not this
Renison, didn't you?
That's all right.
How long have
I'm
you
not
been
hearing it
underwater?
clearly, you know.
No.
Since yesterday, water come.
You're not hearing
At
it
around
clearly.
what time?
Guys, come on, time.
Oh, wow.
Already about 4 o'clock yesterday.
But you also have access to the roadway. You all were able to build up something. So at least, but how many, if you could probably put a depth to that water there. Well, I'm seeing from the tank.
You know how high the water is, okay, but all the way side.
Okay. So what it is that you all would like to see immediately, or at least within the near future?
Like if we get that place to go and make it our own, then we're going to use this water, it'll be good.
Do you think that with the new change in government that maybe perhaps this time around it could happen?
I hope so. We're still praying and hoping.
Now,
Listen.
Now, I would have seen that clip, Keziah. And, I hear people on a daily basis playing the two-side game. There are some people when one government in power, there is that, and when the next government in power, there is that. And there are people outside here, in this country, that is totally being left behind. There are people just want to live in at the end of the day. What should this woman live in?
The system is rigged against a lot of people. Let me tell you something, and this is my true story. I wouldn't get into all of it. Maybe another time I may probably just do like a biography with you that people could go into. But I want to share some stuff. Now, I didn't grow up with most anything in that average to the reasonable person. And my mother consistently said, even though she couldn't do a lot, one thing she wanted to make sure we had was education. I did my CXC back then. I had a teacher who was, when she saw my willingness to push and learn, she said, you know what? I'm going to help you. I didn't have all the texts. So what I didn't have, she used to lend me. Right? Because, the teachers always have their text that goes with the student, with the teacher's script. I left before, I was always the person striving for more, searching to get more info, learn as much as I can. I never wanted to be that person that you could have stopped and say, she's stupid, huh? No, you need to come really good to call me stupid. And if I show you what I sit on in terms of knowledge base, I've done work for companies like Sprint and stuff, international companies right here in Trinidad and Tobago. I could call a list of other well-known companies, ADT, US Security. I can call and other names on me building my reputation and establishing my career. I may not be exactly where I want to be, but that is with reason. I could pull all my certifications and keep going through. The last time my mother saw my portfolio, she was like, wow, I'm proud. Because she did not know how much I was doing. I studied at the Venezuelan Institute of Languages. Yeah. I also studied at Alliance Francaise. The German High Commission, when they had their program, I did that. I was in UE, Institute of Languages. I have law, I have business, I have negotiations. I can keep going on. But when people lack the mustard seed of a brain to indicate where another person is and understand their circumstances, the system is rigged. And unless you're willing to fight tooth and nail to get out of it, you end up being stuck. There's a lot of people that are stuck because of how it is. So what we need to understand that there are things that people need to do for themselves, but there are things that the government would be responsible for. That firstly and foremost is the reason for a government. Yeah? The reason. And I think when people don't understand what a government is for, you're finished with that strap line, because people have to understand the role and function of a government. What it is, what it actually means. So, what is the topic we're going to focus on this evening, Renison? Because I don't have statistics and information to follow where that is concerned. But I want to go back a little bit on the public servants and their increase and the private servants, because this week again, they called me because someone I know, and they called me regarding, I don't want to play the voice recording from the call, but because you never know who's listening and if the person will end up out of the job. I don't want to be because of anybody having bread and butter issue.
We have a call online, the first one for tonight.
Go ahead.
Right, good night, caller. Hello, good night. Hello? Hello? Hello?
We're not hearing you clearly.
Hello, good night. Are you hearing me clearly?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Hello?
Hello? Hello, good night.
Yes, I now hear your voice. Are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, we are hearing you clearly.
Hello, good night.
Good night, caller. Good night.
I know what
Okay, I want to say good night to you and to the lady there.
Tell her to listen to us on the phone and not in the not in the program, because I think that's what's happening.
I hear you, so speak up.
Okay.
Just now. Hold on there.
I'm not hearing my voice.
Right, caller, you hearing us?
Yes, I hear you now.
Right,
So I
right,
know. All right.
right.
So I want to say good night to you. Happy Father's Day to you. I don't know if you're a kid, but happy Father's Day.
Yes, our kids. Our two boys.
And nice. Well, I wish you all the best tomorrow. I hope you enjoy your day. You eat up and drink up all the nice things that you're going to get, because you know the Trinidadians parents like to cook up a storm for your wife or whoever, nice. And the lady there, good night to you. I want to talk
Good night,
about
love.
the situation there with the lady and Slimy. What I want to tell you is, you only have to put up that with Slimy. Don't take on Slimy. Let me tell you something. I just have to deal with people like Slimy whenever I go on them UNC chat and them UNC program. And it has be all kind of six of them one time talking foolishness. That was Slimy saying there, nothing. You can't take on Slimy, Slimy just like to make mischief. That's how Slimy is. But I just go through all kind of racial attacks and things with 5, 6 of them one time on a chat. Right? And when I ready, I just deal with all 5, 6 of them. They ain't able with me, And when I start to deal with them so real dread, that I start to cry. And the thing is to ban Miss Arima. Up to last Friday, I go through that on a program they call the Ground Report. They just tell me the only place I could talk right now is here. So if I had to talk here to let them hear so they could get message, because it's real bacchanal going on with that program. So, Miss Lady, to make a long story short, those studies Slimy. It have who have it very hard, and that is me. Trying to make people understand something. And in the long run, the thing does just bust open on them, and they just can't even talk. All what I say, it has just come out after in short time, and it just looks like fool. So have a good night and take care.
Thank you, caller, for your comment. It's highly appreciated. Now, this is the reason why I give the little synopsis of my life. I've always had individuals like that. They're always the naysayers. They always just there to break you down instead of build up, encourage, support, even to allow you to understand that, okay, maybe what you're saying isn't factual. But when you say things like that, you have to back it with the information. Yeah, you need to back it with the information. So indulge me for a second, Renison. Indulge me. Which would be best to start first? Agriculture in Trinidad and Tobago or medical tourism?
Both agriculture and medical tourism present viable avenues for economic diversification in Trinidad and Tobago,
I want
a
this to
country
play out.
historically reliant on its energy sector. To determine which would be best to start first, it's crucial to weigh their current state, potential benefits, challenges, and government support. Agriculture in Trinidad and Tobago. Current state and economic impact.
Could we play this whole thing out, Renison?
Agriculture has declined significantly, contributing only about 5% of GDP since 2012. Down from 5.2% in the 1970s.
Because he challenged the AI response you did just now.
Employment, highlighting its social importance. Trinidad and Tobago is a net food importer, with a food import bill exceeding 4 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars. This dependence makes the country vulnerable to global supply chain disruptions. Advantages of prioritizing agriculture: food security. Increased local production reduces reliance on imports, enhancing national food security. Economic diversification. A stronger agricultural sector lessens dependence on oil and gas. Employment generation. Agriculture is a significant employer, particularly in rural areas. Reduced import bill. Growing more food domestically saves foreign exchange. Poverty reduction. Can provide income and livelihoods for vulnerable households.
Agro-processing potential,
clear?
opportunity to develop value-added products, disadvantages
Yeah,
/ challenges
clear.
for agriculture, underinvestment. Historically, the sector has received low budget allocations, labor shortages, a persistent issue in the industry, land.
Oh gosh, crap. Sorry. Let me see if I can find it back. Just now. Sorry about that. It cut off.
So I see you providing an argument that would have been stating that it's more viable.
But I wanted it to read out because he challenged what you displayed just now when you asked AI.
Uh-huh.
He challenged that. I don't know if you saw, but he had challenged that. But again, you know what? Hold on. Let that rest. Let me finish the whole situation with these private sector workers that are being left out of the loop. No matter what is done with respects to the public servants, I would love the Prime Minister to not forget to also work on the private sector with regards to what is considered remunerations for private sector workers. The minimum wage was established to allow certain industries that don't have a standard forecast income, for example, a clothing store. Yes, you may buy a certain stock, but if you buy that stock and it doesn't sell within a month, it means your income is fluctuating. A restaurant is the same thing. If people don't fill all your seats, it means that your income fluctuates. So those type of industries would normally have bonuses, commissions, or other incentives to push employees to work, but using the minimum wage as their base salary, while based on performance, they would earn a little more. A lot of companies have stopped paying commissions. They no longer offer it, and they only work on the minimum wage. That cannot work. It cannot work for people that work that hard, because truth be told, and I'm not disputing this, private sector, the same job description as the same job profile as in the public sector does more in a day than the public sector. So for when you have someone who is on the minimum wage in the private sector and they're required to stand on their feet all day, and if they don't, the owner, the manager, or whoever will say, you're going home, they send you home. Public sector workers don't have that. You have your break periods, as a lot of the times you're able to take a break more than the person in the private sector. Their minimum wage is $22.50. Private sector is $20.50. But yet there is no, and then the working hours for some people in the government minimum wage is not the same as the hours for the private sector and the minimum wage they get. Crazy hours. I remember a couple years back, if you're an Adventist or someone that goes to church, whether you're Muslim or whatever, you got the time to be able to go to church. Or if you're on a shift system, they would ensure that time is available to you. And for example, if you were Adventist, you weren't working any job that took you over 6 p.m. Friday to 6 p.m. Saturday, or all day Saturday, you'd be off and you may probably start work Sunday. Now, this is with the exception of the hospital, simply because Because then someone might say, well, it has Seventh-day Adventist hospital. Yes. And if you know the Bible, you'll understand that there's a part of the Bible that speaks about that. So yes, they will function every single day. But people need to understand that every demand the public servants make, when they get what they want, the private servants don't fare well. Not even the public servants fare well, because they would sanction the increase for you today. You may not get it until months after. And because you're hoping to get that money, you beg and you borrow in order to manage certain things until you get it. When you do get it, all finished, because everything around you going up. Cost of living for food, clothing, shelter, transport, communication, all goes through the roof. And then you're back to square one. We need the government to establish a system, one that has price regulation and stipulation, because the government can do that. They can. To allow the average earning citizen that is on that minimum wage to get prices that meets, because there's no price stipulation nowhere. You have no rent assessment board. We have a Ministry of Housing. We have a Ministry of Public Utilities. And we have nobody monitoring these operations on a daily basis. Yeah? One of the other things, and I sent it to you, Renaissance, is I'm looking into researching the gas issue. I don't know if you recall me sending you a link to gas being poured out. And when the gas is in the nozzle.
In the 2 bottle.
Right.
Yeah.
So my homework is to go and buy myself a gas bottle. Now, every volume has a weight. So I'm going to weigh that bottle full of water, and then I'm going to empty it out, and I'm going to weigh that bottle full of gasoline. Mm-hmm. Simply because I want to mark on the bottle where water came up to the volume the bottle should carry equal to its weight, and where gas came up. Because one thing I observe is that they do have a lot of bubbles.
That is true.
Coming out in the gas when you're pouring gas. Well, when you go to the station and you're dispensing gas to your vehicle. That means the bubbles will float up to the sensor and make it assume to be full. Because have you ever noticed when you decide that you're filling up your tank, it have people rocking on the car to say they want the gas to settle? And how long it takes after they click on the machine and you decide to hold the handle on the nozzle before you actually see it full. It's a vast jump. And I want to compare that because we are getting robbed at all corners, and it's only the small man that is affected.
So,
and it is
what if the machine is rigged? Because I have people too that working within the industry, and they would have said that, boy, don't go buy certain gas station. Don't go buy that gas station.
That is true.
In terms with diesel and all, true. With diesel and all, a man tell me, see, it have plenty water in that diesel, don't go there. It have petrol in that diesel, don't go there because they're mixing it. That is what is actually take place by by certain gas stations.
So then guess what? They cause you to have vehicle problems sooner than you would have had because they shorten you. Only the small man having these problems. When you go by the mechanic, they're telling you have, well, they could tell you, well, okay, it wasn't pure diesel because I see in the residue or whatever it is from. So how it is, how? And then when we look at it narrowly, we are not understanding that the system is rigged only for a certain set of people to fall. And if the scales are not balanced for public and private, people will always be suffering. So when they build their houses on stilts, it's all they could afford. Right? It's all they can afford.
Kezia, you're doing the same thing again.
No,
It is the
because
same
I
thing.
hate when people do not try to help.
Well, at the same time, let me take a little 2 minutes break and come back. Clear your head a little bit. Let me play this ad here. I was in the area.
Yeah, I'd like to hear.
I was in the
I
area
don't
port.
kind of know.
I was in the area
But
port of Spain, and I would have seen this copper man who had this copper bracelet, and I buy one. Let me show you. Mine's on my hand right now. Let me show you. Mine's on my.
show
I have
me, show me, show me.
mine's on my hand. I don't
Where
know
it
if you've
was
seen it.
though?
What?
Where it was?
Just in front of the city gate, right opposite the bus station. Wow. Because yeah, just dive off there again. Just dive off there again. Wait. But anyway, let me bring in this idea. So if you want to get a silver bracelet. No, not silver, nah. This is where you can get.
The copper jewelry here, and we next opposite the PTSC bus terminals here, and we are speaking about the importance of the copper and what it works for. It is working for arthritis, pain in the joints, allergies, and different sickness. You can research what the copper is all about, and this copper is very reasonable. I'm a copper jeweler, and I am doing it for over 5 years. And another patient came by me and purchased this item and came back and was proud of the result, that it really helped them, so that you could come as you cross over from PTSC. I'm right opposite next to the jewelry store. You will see all the different design of copper eventually coming to take place or healing our people. I have a plant shop, 3rd Avenue, 5th Street, Batara. If you want, you can come and take a look. All the different variety of plants now. We have the bromeliads, we have cactus, we have all the different. Come and take a look, and we'll treat you good.
Right. It's outside here, just opposite PTSC, as you see. This is an age-old product. A lot of the older heads know about it. They know about the amount of relief they just get from this copper thing. When you put it on your hand, it has rings, it has bracelet. What's that ring go?
Yeah.
It has ring and all. You see, I ask them. Yeah, son, so you see, this is the one that I have on my hand here.
And we have different sizes.
Different sizes.
You can come and get it on spot.
On spot.
Yeah.
Well, I see. Well, this one where you give me here, you shine it up, real nice and shiny. So, again, many of you members of the public, if you want to get this technique, and Rasta, not reasonable. Be reasonable in terms of prices. I'm sure you could never get a better deal than where you could get here from a normal man on the street. And I understand you really dealing reasonable people. So you come and support the business. And that is what it is. Well, we out.
What the role and function of your government is to you, your country, and to its economy. Ministries, how their decisions impact every aspect of your life and your livelihood. Well, join us every Saturday for Trinbago Social Talkonomics, where we highlight good government, good governance, best practices, and key performance indicators. Join us at 7:30 p.m. on our YouTube podcast. See you there.
Well, Keziah keep going in and out, in and out. I hope she see about this B-Mobile problem next week, that we could have this smooth flowing on a Saturday evening where she didn't have to be in and out and in and out, and probably getting distracted from one or two little people on at the same time. So I see her back here, she back up and running. Right, so as I would have just advertised there, was the copper known for all kind of properties in terms of they say it does suck out sickness in your body, suck out arthritis, I mean, some of you would have said that it help against evil. I mean, we know. And since I use it, I have a little arthritis in my hand, in my wrist. I just feel a little pain. I don't know if it's mind over matter, but I feel the pain lessen down a little bit. Guess I hear you up on screen. We are here.
I'm back.
Fix this B-Mobile problem now. That people saying that they're coming to see you early and it disappointed them because you're coming in and out and all these.
I am so sorry. It's absolutely not my intention to be cutting in and out, but based on the weather and be mobile, it seems to be one of the less performing networks because Digicel was already contacted. So I'm just waiting for them to send the technician over. I thought it would have happened by today, but it didn't. So I'll have that remedied for next week, please the Lord.
Okay. I mean, I didn't want to just stop here, but where we did left off just a while back, I mean, you could continue from that same line because, I mean, you was talking about with employers and it was going into the whole thing within the private sector and it was going a little in depth concerning it. I mean,
the private sector employees are not being factored in and they are not able to afford the cost of living. When they get that salary at the end of the month, or by the week or fortnight, whatever works, bi-monthly, whatever it is, they are not able to afford a lot. And when you have single parent household not being able to provide the basic needs of their families, then is where you will have children resorting to other elements in order to get what it is they want because the parents can't give it to them. And then that adds to the delinquency and the crime situation. So when you think that one is not affecting the other or one does not connect to the other, it all linked. When would a government, any be that change that is needed and reset the social and economical status in Trinidad and Tobago that benefits all? Everybody is not going to be at the same level, and that we understand. But it has to be balanced enough. If my salary, the best it could afford me is, let me say, beef, then I would buy beef. But then somebody else may be able to afford steak. But why is it that you're telling me my salary cannot even afford me chicken? I keep in my hat where I could reach. And yet still I cannot. I have to beg, borrow, and steal to make my way. You have got, look, I wasn't more alive. Gary Aboud, always all over social media, calling names now because the government need to understand that these people are out there and they are the ones to address it. Gary Aboud, always on social media, always calling on his workers to do this, do that, a nice presentation. Go on there to buy some curtain. So I told the person I was dealing with that I wanted to deal with a particular person because that person was so nice to me the day before, and in not being nice, like, as if we're friends. She was literally just doing her job. She knew her role there was to help me. And there was not a point in time that I see her from her face. Every time I pointed at something, she was like, let me go and get it. And she was willing. So I went back. I said to her, you know what would be best is better I bring the curtain that I want to pair this with. And then we can match it up. And then based on that, we'll be able to get the piece that I need. Went back. She was not there. Then I remember that she did really mention that she would have been off that day. So I told the guy that when I asked for the name, they said, okay, that person is on vacation. A couple of girls were around the space. They said she's not on vacation, she was off that day. I said, okay, so here's what. I will come back because I want her to get the sale. They said, get the sale for what? Commission? Nobody said anything, but by that, I realized that they don't get commission. So I made a call. And I will send you that recording because I have to search for it in my call log, pull the recording, and I'll send it to you for you to play it another time. So I asked, hi, good day, I'm looking for a job. I wanted to find out what you all pay. They give minimum wage. I said, do you all offer commission? The person gave a kind of a scoff laugh and said, commission here. Right? But then you want people to work Sunday to Sunday for you. Right? But no kind of incentive. You wonder why KFC, Royal Castle, Pizza Hut, Mario's, all of these companies, why the workers be so disgruntled and don't want to help. And I am a person, I just tip. If I go to KFC and I like the way somebody dealt with me, I go hand a little $20. Yeah? I am that type of person. So how could you tell me that you, the owners, it had no reward for my good works? No reward. And the public wonders why these individual face always sprung up. Why are standing on my foot from the time I reach in to the time I leave for minimum wage? And if I so feel like wanting to buy something different and treat myself, I had to work all overtime till thy kingdom come. Or I borrow it or I steal it. We wonder. Detours. Francis, why your commission system close off, but you still getting the money that you want? Your profits are still there. Why? I mentioned to you, Renison, that if it is the people in Trinidad and Tobago should even take a page out of Ibrahim Touré's philosophy as to why he is doing what he's doing. It is just to balance the economies and scale. And if you can't balance it, roll out. Roll out. That is what he said to France. If we can't benefit from what is ours, roll out. And I feel the same way with these 1%ers. The Chinese don't eat their own food. They don't have a lot of local employees except for the groceries. Most of the Chinese food restaurants, they might have 1 or 2 regular employees. Most times it's security and just maybe one person to cash and, to speak to the public, because most of them don't speak English. Explain to me why we are supporting people that don't support us. KFC make millions. They decrease their staff, so they understaff right now. They understaff at this particular point. Issuing profits. How come your workers can't feel it? And when the end of the month comes, you stick up a plaque with a picture. What are doing for my bills? What that doing for my bills? My philosophy is, if we all walk out on you, let me see you hire back your full complement of staff. Let me see how you function. We had a boycott with KFC, and KFC still profited in that boycott. That was statistics because the boycott happened last year into this year. When they issued their quarterly report, they profited. When would somebody stop and see what's going on? A 13-month salary could be offered. A 13-month. That's an incentive. You have a bonus. If we reach this particular target, this branch gets this amount of money to be divided. Commission could be at 10%. If I work in and you tell me I gain a 10%, a 5%, a 3% of sales, man, I'm making sure you get 100,000 a month out of me. Every family member, every friend I have, I tell them, come and buy. I'm upset because when these people work to the bone, stores in town used to close at 1 o'clock. You want to get anything that you didn't get in town, you had to go to the malls or other areas like St. James and stuff where you would have gotten the smaller versions of them operating. Moms and pop shop, as they call them in the US and other parts of the world, the moms and pops. All right? What happened?
So what
People
you are saying is
working
that the system taking advantage of certain people then?
They take advantage of them. The amount of hours they put in for every day of the week to work for you. When they get home, how are they taking care of their children? And then you want to wonder how the children are delinquent.
And no incentive.
We no longer have a village. Corporal punishment was removed. So now when you correct somebody's child, it's like, who are you? It have no village.
Now, you would have described a scenario there just now there. I mean, let me say you go to KFC and you're working 8 hours a day. And you stand up for the whole 8 hours to get minimum wage, no incentive, no holidays, no nothing. And
no, but they get holidays, eh? But where you could go, imagine getting holidays and you can't go anywhere. When you work hard and you get your vacation, you want to go somewhere. You want to go and somewhere that is not Tobago, right? And somewhere that you don't have to borrow the money, steal it. And you wonder why the breakdown in the system is like this. You have to balance that economies of scale in order for everybody, for the system, the social system and the economical system to be on level. You can't have a Ministry of Social Development and when the reports are submitted to you, you're ignoring the real situations that are affecting people. If I am working 8 to 4, and hear me out, to reach to work for 8 o'clock, you're leaving home about 6 o'clock. Especially if you live in Arima or anywhere else. To get into down into town or wherever you're working. So your day starts, you're leaving 2 hours before your time to arrive on work. And before that, you might be up 2 hours before that. Tell me where in your day you really caring about taking care of your family, training your children. Where you getting it? Because you're leaving home early o'clock. You're coming back just maybe in time to prepare dinner, sleep, and start your day all over again. You don't think that would affect the education system? You don't think that would affect the national security system? Because there's more delinquents. More delinquents. Because the parents not there to do what they have to do. And unless, let's say, the man of the house working for an income that could facilitate the household, it means you need a 2-family income.
Good evening, caller. Kezia, we have a call on the line. Good evening.
Sure. Good
Hello,
night.
good night. Hello, good night once again.
Good night, love. Good night.
Okay, I'm not hearing anybody. So I was wondering if you are hearing me. No,
We are.
I was out a bit. I was out for a little bit. I just come back in and you're discussing about minimum wage. You're talking about
Good
the
night,
working
Nadira.
hours. Now let me say something, In the early 2000s, everybody used to want to get a KFC job. Now we're using KFC because you're talking about KFC workers. So in those years, let's say 2005, 2008, all the way there, people would rush to get KFC jobs because they paid well and they didn't have to work all these long hours.
Correct.
But as time go by and it had high demand to get, jobs at KFC, the salaries and the minimum wage never went up, and people keep rushing these jobs. And, it just gets more difficult for the workers. And what I want to say is, some of the workers, they work there and they don't pay the NIS. The employers don't pay the NIS, especially where this past government who went out of power, the PNM, they encourage all of that. And it spread from workplace to workplace. And there is where the locals started having problems in getting jobs because why? Most of them not accepting that they're not having their NIS being paid. A lot of people went into entrepreneurship to escape that low minimum wage. And things began to get difficult from the time it reached 2015. It got really, really bad, and people stopped, looking for these jobs, the locals, and they can't make ends meet. About the Chinese, you're talking about the Chinese too with the long working hours. You're talking about how they can't speak English. They are Trinidadians. These Trinidadians have citizenship, they own ID cards, they have passport, driver's permits, and so they have license. And they are citizens of this country. And they have rights, right? They are allowed to pay low wages, work people to the bone, and what we doing about it, we're not saying anything. We, the citizens, not debating these things, and we're just letting it go on and on and on. So when you look at it too, we at fault. The citizens who accept these jobs and so, they at fault. So talking about that and showing concern for people who are making sense, lady, it ain't easy. This something you just have to leave it alone. So this is what I have to say.
Kezaya, we not hearing you. Something.
Paula, you hear me?
No, she left. We now hearing you.
But she'll hear, and I guess she'll call back if she doesn't agree. But the thing about it is, the fault of this system, I would agree with her that it is the citizens, simply because they are not standing up and standing out when it requires. Other parts of the world, if they're not for something, they shut down the state, the city, the country, whatever it is. But we don't do that. We don't band together and do that. So that we can set a precedent that this is what we will allow and accept, and only this. Nothing short of. So I agree with her there. Because Renison, you know, in our groups, I've always been saying this. If we band together and we say enough is enough, we're not doing it, we're not taking it, that this cannot work for us. We will be able to shift the paradigm. The power is with us. But they have us so whipped. They have the 99% so whipped that they don't even know that they're still in slavery. You telling me $22.50 and your rent is more than your monthly income? If your rent is your monthly income or less, is because you're living in an area that at a certain hour you prefer to be inside or stay wherever you are. Come on, man. So I agree with her there. That NIS system, before she called, the direction I was going into, which is where I mentioned where the ministries, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of National Security would be affected, is because everything links to the other. Couple years ago, and this is where I was going when she called in, couple years ago, which is the current situation now with the NIS, they don't have the money simply because these same businesses have not been.
Hello, good afternoon, caller. Sorry about that.
Mr. Jeff.
Yes, good night.
So, Ms. Kizzy, I understand what you're saying, right? And you want government to do more for the private sector to pay more money, right? But let's say they do that. And the private sector come and say, no, well, all right, you want to come and work KFC? The minimum requirement to come and work KFC, you got to have 10 CXC subjects. How many people will qualify to apply for that job? And you see, this is where we have to understand and try to get it across the board, like public and private sector. And the private sector say, listen, you need 10 CXC subjects to apply for this job, you know. If you don't, you can't get this job. What will we do then? So I would like to hear a response. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Kezia, you have a big thing there. You have a big thing there.
So now he mentioned the qualification. If the private sector was to decide to increase the qualifications to 10 CXC. Now, you know, I think it's in Guyana and Jamaica, if I'm not mistaken. That is the requirements of the job. I can research it because, again, the reason why I wrote it down is because I can't remember which country it was, but they actually require 10 CSEC subjects. And I would research it and I would put it up because I want you all to see that if they should increase it, then they are required to pay more. Because the more qualified I am, requires me to get more money.
Now, Kezia, I don't feel you understand the caller properly. Let me think, because I peer into the caller mind. And caller, if I did not interpret what you are saying there in the correct way, you can please call back and say. What he's saying is that if, from my interpretation, that if there is the minimum wage within the public sector and they require them to pay a little more, it could cause this monopoly effect that it could collapse everything because the businessmen go be start a call for higher qualified people to start a work within the sector, and I mean people ain't go to work again. The normal average man. I want to know because that is what he's saying. And just to add in a clause before I close off that piece of comment is that song into me like a slippery slope argument, and you're damning the alternative. As a matter of fact, the public sector deserve a part of the private sector deserve a part of the pie too, and I believe everybody should benefit to a certain point. And I really don't believe it might kill off or it might cause that ripple effect. Because I'm sure you know about ZOPA, Zone of Possible Negotiation. I forget the old terminology, but It has Zopa and Zappa, some kind of thing like that, where it have zone of possible agreement. I sure you know I hear you talk about negotiation just now,
Yeah.
and it's something that what I just do very well. I mean, I could tell people about negotiation. Never split the difference. That is the best negotiation book that it have outside here. That would have caused me to go into certain rooms and kick down the door. But what you think about the caller comment, Miss Allen? At least from that perspective.
Okay, because you took one thing from it, which I understand, and I took something else from it. But the bottom line, in my opinion, in terms of concept, if you require more to perform a job, you will be required to pay more that meets my standards and not yours. So currently, again, and I don't know because I've never had these jobs as an adult. When I was going to school, my side hustle, I worked in stores in town and stuff, detours, etc., Westport, yeah. But in terms of whether or not the individual could meet the standards, yes, we can. You've had people in the past that when they wanted to get a job, even when they left school and they realized how hard life was without being educated, they went back and got their CSEC, CXC in order to get the job that they wanted or needed. So if 10 passes, it would be the requirement, they will do it. Right? So, but in terms of how the private sector is allowed to get away with murder and how it affects the government, the key example of that most recently and current is the NIS fund that has not been funded the way it's supposed to be. And I have not seen yet whether the PNM government or otherwise, because it's been going on a while, reprimand these people and charge them. Because according to the bylaws of the country, when establishing your business, whether it's a corporation, a company, a LLC, whatever it is, you are required to pay certain contributions. And when you don't do it, why these people not in jail? Why the jails in Trinidad and Tobago only had the black end chickens? We don't see no 1% there. We don't have a white collar jail to say that when they breach the laws, they commit fraud or whatever you want to charge them for, once it's not in the requirements of the laws of the country, why they're not in jail? But even better yet, why the workers ain't coming together and sue the pants off of them? Why? That is what I want. Any company that not paying the NIS, the employees should come together and take them to court.
Just so. Good night, caller.
Hey, good night, Mr. Jeff, and good night again to you. Well, Mr. Jeff, you had it correct. Because let me explain something, right? In the private sector. In New York, they raise minimum wage, right? But you know what, these so-called companies who have multiple chains of company, they cut the hours of the workers. So now instead of you work 8 hours, they cut it to 5 hours. And instead of having 2 shifts, they make it into 3 shifts. So even self, you get the increase, your hours are less. And you see, this is the thing with private. Now, anytime the government get their hands inside the private sector will make demands to the government with taxes. And it will be negotiated. Now, we're talking about all these companies in Trinidad, KFC, Francis Fashion and all these, they are monopolized by the 1%. And it's not one business they have multiple businesses, so they're making money all around. So even if they increase the money and they cut hours, they have multiple companies with multiple people. They hire the largest percentage of people in Trinidad. And if they don't make money in one business, they will make money in others. And you see, we're looking at it on one hand, but if we do this, we're going to kill these small business owners who hire a minimum of 5 people, 6 people. How would they be able to circulate paying this high salary, and import bills are so high? Because let me be real, the small businesses would not be able to negotiate with the government. Private business
don't
wouldn't be able to negotiate with the government.
Something there that I wanted to address 1%. Before you hang up. Caller, you hearing me? Don't hang up yet. You said something that I wanted to address. So you said the small business would be affected. Now I can name 2 companies, 2 small businesses. They have like 2-3 locations nationwide, right? After their expenses, meaning everything that is costing them, it's costing them to operate, they make a very good profit margin. Do you know that small company, they make a good profit margin, and every month, depending on the profit they make, I think the last month their employees got an additional $1,000 on salary. I don't want to call the company, the business name, but the small companies are more considerate than the big ones that could more than afford it. And let me tell you something. Once you are taking NIS out of my salary, and NIS don't have my contributions, make sure you have your court clothes ready, because I'm taking you to court. Because it's in the bylaws of operations. So I don't care what. And at the end of the day, not just having the minimum wage adjusted. If we cannot adjust the minimum wage, then adjust price by schedules, stipulations, and regulations. You see, rent, some people living in Matchbox, when by the time you walk in the door, if you turn left, you hit into something, they tell you $3,500.
Miss Kezzy, I don't want to call her to think. Caller, what do you have to say concerning that?
Well, you see, this is the thing with the private sector in Trinidad and Tobago. The 1% monopolize the market, and it is not transparent. The past administration made this 1% get bigger through our finances, through our expansion of business, because they're not only running in Trinidad alone, they're in the Caribbean and they're going as far as in Africa. So they're growing. But the private sector now, they are the ones who have to come with the money, import in a small way at very high cost. And now you want to pass a law now stating you want to have a balance with the public sector and the private sector. How long do you think those private businesses would last in this monopolized Trinidad and Tobago, the 1% control? Let me tell you something.
I honestly think that it ain't gonna last. I mean, if they come together, they could close down. I mean, they could start a monopoly on their own, a matter of fact. But
yeah, because
if
Jeff, let me cut you off, because if I am a small business owner, right, and let's say I am selling clothes, and I'm gonna import clothes, it's true the 1% I had to do that because they're controlling that too. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. But Kezia, what you have to say? I mean, we having an intellectual conversation here. What you were saying, some read system. What you're talking about?
Okay, so a read system is where individuals come together, they make their purchases, and they divide those purchases, so they will get savings. And then you have where they create like a cooperative or a business forum where they buy from each other. And let me tell you this, that is the same system the 1% uses. Same system. But the thing is, they bank on us taking them the rest of the way, because 1% cannot sustain 1%. 1% of 1 million, 1.6 million is how much? If they were to sell to themselves, not eating half of what they sell, not wearing half of what they sell, not utilizing half of what they sell, all the Nissan and thing that come in the country, them don't drive them kind of vehicle. So when it is, you get these people not being supported by the 99%, as we start to work in our own groups, whether it's 33% of Doblas, 33% of Indians, 33% of Africans or Negroes, however you want to put it. At the end of the day, we work within our own circle. What 1% getting? What stronghold you have?
I understand what you're saying, right? You're saying the 99% to buy from the 1%. But what percentage do the 1% employ in this country? What is the percentage that they employ in this country? The labor force.
But you just mentioned where individuals
40-45%. So let me finish. 40-45% of the people they employ. So if we stop buying from them, those 45 people will be unemployed. If they're not making money, they will be unemployed, and then where are we going to put them? You see, the 1% already monopolize the market. They control the ports, they control the businesses. If you're going to open a business, they could squeeze you out. If they don't want your business to survive, they could squeeze you out because they already have that power. We gave them that power. And it's not happening for the past 10 years. It was happening for a long time.
That may be so. But France was running most of Africa. And what did they do? Not stand up against it?
But how could we stand up against it? Right? All right, let's say you're going to sell fried chicken. And your box of fried chicken, you're going to cost $40, right? KFC going to come out with a special, with that same 2 pieces of fries and 2 pieces of chicken and fries, you sell $40, and they're going to have a $31 special. And people's going to buy that.
But they give you the special and you have to buy it at the regular price?
And they will, that small business who's selling chick food will be closed because they won't be able to pay staff. You see, the 1% already monopolize the market. Now the question will we have to ask ourselves, how we going to make cost of living good down in Trinidad? And this is where we have to look at how to make cost of living, food, housing, security. This is where we had to concentrate on, because the market already consumed by the 1%. So let me let the lines open. I don't see the time. Thank you, Ms. Kizia, and thank you, Mr.
I don't want to go. Yes, the market may be controlled by the 1%, but that paradigm can shift. If we are not getting them to fairly divide the economies of scale, you shift it. Because if you're telling me I work in 8 hours a day and I can't afford nothing, it's best I stay home and do nothing. So if all of us decide we work in 8 hours a day and I can't afford nothing, all of us decide we're not going nowhere, we stay home and do nothing, how the 1% making it?
Yeah, but Kezia, I believe that we go reach there, we on the road to reach there, because you know what it is.
I don't agree with us being on the road to that, because then it would not have companies doing what they're doing now. The NIS system would not have been crashing as it is right now. It is only crashing because those private companies are not being held accountable. Look, all right, when you study business, and I could touch on this subject. When you study business, there's a particular topic that's called public relations, where a company is responsible for certain aspects of the environment that they are within. And they would offer things like sponsorships, donations, cleanups for the areas, and jobs. Obviously, jobs. How many companies do everything else? Offer a scholarship to somebody in the area, even if you can't do it by yourself as one business, and you say, well, all the businesses in the area, we have a little meter. Let me say they have their DOMA, because they have a DOMA. I never hear DOMA offer scholarship to South Port of Spain, East Port of Spain, West Port of Spain, North Port of Spain yet. With all the companies making all the millions in Port of Spain, just to allow one child, at least one. Yeah? Make it make sense. Because they not that maths in my book at all. I try it and I'll try another equation and it still didn't work out in their favor. So, France had hold of a lot of African countries. And what they do? They ain't put them out. They ain't put them out. When we leave the conglomerates here, or the businesses here that's not trying to balance that economies of scale so everyone could live, then here's what we do. We start producing, we start importing, we start doing. If I buy from you, you buy from me, I would survive, you would survive. How 1% surviving and the cost of living higher? Them does live high. And let me tell you, I like to give my personal experience. Went to True Value in Long Circular, and if at some point this get out, the couple will know who I'm talking about. We in the line, Christmas time. So I have my 2 trolleys pack up. Me, my husband, the children, we pack up. In front of us is a 1% couple, 2 children. The father holding on to one, the mother have the other one in her hand. At the counter, they swipe the bank card. Decline. Swipe another card. Decline. Swipe another card. Decline. The husband give the wife a look. So at this point, I aggravated. Because the attention, because I watch these things, the attention the 1% that does get when they go to a particular establishment, anybody that's not a 1% don't get that attention. And I picked that up with True Value, and I could tell you 2 other places, inclusive of PriceMart, I addressed that issue just recently. So I said, well, let them pull to the side. I am ready to pay, and I don't want to be held up by somebody else's issues. At this point, the manager came, pulled them to the side, because now they had to check how many cards have what amount of money. The husband start, you only spending a set of money to buy things for people that don't even like us, and he went on. The manager had, while we there cashing, because it's 2 trolleys of goods to cash, the manager ran the card, and then she had to write down and tell them how much money was on each card so they could have paid for the goods that they had. Because not all 1% have money, but they keep their own. That's my point. They keep their own just to make sure you don't roam the street, you don't end up in the jail, right? And you don't go on Charlotte Street to shop. They had to thank God Pennywise went to Long Circular, because them don't go there. Now, if you see how much white people, if people didn't know it had white people in Trinidad, they know now. Because when you go to Long Circular, you see the barrage of them coming in. Because why? Pennywise cheaper than the Super Farm. Oh gosh, Starlight, and whichever other one. It have another big capper. It's cheaper. These people don't walk Port of Spain or any neighbor area. No matter where their businesses is, no matter where their businesses are, you don't ever see these people walking around. They don't walk around Port of Spain like you and I to shop or any other town area. They stay in their holes. The Val Park Shopping Center. So they will go super farm and buy up all the toiletries. Plenty of them glad that long circular get a penny wise. Right? So when we keep thinking, well, they had this, they had that, they had the other. If Ibrahim Traore had continued saying that, they would not have been standing up to France right now. Right? It's exploitation. And that is what happens. That is why we have so many delinquents on the streets now. The average child from age 13 to 33. Those are delinquents we have on the street. Those are the time when parents had to man the business. Things started to change. If you were a single parent, you had to do more. And it's even worse now. I'm telling you, stores that normally Port of Spain used to close by 1 o'clock. Christmas time, 2, 3, 4 o'clock. Now Port of Spain regular working hours is 8 to 4. You're leaving 2 hours before you have to clock in to get to work on time. And 2 hours before that, you're up prepping. So you are 4 hours before and 2 hours after to get home. 2 hours after that to prep your meals and prepare your family for the next day. You're tired. If your child have a problem, homework or anything, you don't want to even entertain these things. All because you're overworked and underpaid. And I wanted you to look for the clip from Hidden Figures when Taraji P. Henderson said she had to go to the bathroom all the way down to the other end. And she had to drink from a cup of coffee that nobody wants to touch. This is these 1%. This is what they do. There is a tax bracket out. I think it's 6,000 before you start to pay tax. Why you can't carry people closer to that figure? It will not break you. But no, you want to keep people down. I'm trying to not use bad word here. You're trying to keep people down. Because it's not right. People cannot live. They cannot live. When you pay your rent, listen, the other day, my car went by the mechanic. So I tell him I'm going and run and do something and come back. He said, no, you can take the car and go. I said, boy, it's a long time I ain't travel. Let me just, feel what it feel like. Watch me. When I hear the price the driver tell me, I said, not me again. Because that figure in gas could have taken me a good place. So, until and unless we decide to invoke change, this country will get worse. We need our government to understand what actually affects individuals. We have a Ministry of Social Development. It's not all about giving food card and stuff. It's about managing the things that affect the individuals, and private sector operations is our number one. But I am telling you, if somebody ain't pay my NIS, I taking you to court. I don't care how you pay it. And I want it with interest too. Because it means you're wicked and bad. You're evil at that I would stand up for you 8 hours a day for an average of 45 years of my life. And then when I'm ready to retire, I can't get no money. And then the government, if because I don't think that was implemented in the last administration, where they say if you had a certain amount of money in your account, you wouldn't be able to get NIS, not NIS, old age pension. So you telling me if you ain't pay my NIS, I can't even come back and get old age because why? I get a small lump sum from NIS or whatever NIS I did get, but I can't get no old age to help me for the rest. It makes no sense. So it is my plea and my plight that, Madam Prime Minister, do not forget the private sector workers. It is time to put back. And the thing is, it's not that these things weren't in place, you know. Price scheduling, price structure, price stipulation and regulation was there. We had a rent assessment board. I do not know when it closed. I have to research that. When did that institution close down? And why, with a Ministry of National Housing and a Ministry of Utilities, they have not adopted this in order to regularize it for people who have to, because you cannot afford to buy. Imagine that. You're paying rent, you go to the bank, all right, I want a loan, I see a property, I want a bill and stuff. So you present that I'm paying rent, all your receipts, transfers, whatever it is for the rent you pay, $3,000 for 12 months. That's $3,600. Our mortgage, I have more than 30 years. Guess what? You're denied. But I'm paying rent. How come? I already have the money. And I'm willing to pay the same amount just for something that is mine. You're denied. You're telling me the system not rigged? You're going to buy a piece of land. If you don't have no town and country approval, the bank not giving you none. But guess what? You take cent and penny, save and build your property. And then go back to the bank with that as collateral. Guess what? Now they want to lend you. Make it make sense. The system is rigged to keep only one set of people down. How can you tell me 1% run in this country? How? 1%. Listen to me. KISS could only make millions if it is people keep working for them and people keep buying from them. I could open a small bakery in my area and sell you bread, better bread than KISS, healthier bread than KISS. And I could hire people in my area. Start supporting your local businesses. If your local business decides to bring in clothes and sell, support them. Because we're going by the Francis fashion, Shulaka, Detours and all of them, and giving them the money. And it does nothing for us. Right? And then they come on social media and boast that they are in so much a control. Yeah? Make it make sense. And let me tell you how nasty. Oh, keep it calm. Let me tell you how these people stuck. They don't even entertain if their son or daughter decide to come and say, Mommy, Daddy, I've met someone that I fell in love with. Remember there's a show. I'll remember the show just now. Let the caller come in.
Yeah, caller, good afternoon. Good night again.
Good night again, Mr. Jeff. Good night, Kizia. Kizia, keep it calm. But you see, the question we had to ask yourself, when foreigners come into this country, both the locally who living outside and internationally, what's the first thing you seen in the airports? Countless 1% businesses. The name being recognized as
That's
you
why I
enter the
love
airport.
Barbados bad. I love Barbados bad. That's one of the reasons why I love Barbados.
Barbados have locally. But Trinidad don't have locally. No, for we to get local products, we had to go outside the airport all the way in the hot sun.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
So this is what they're
doubles
selling.
Is a big thing, such a hype. I think it have a bacon shack vendor. Why they're not in the airport? That's the highlight of the country. Why they're not inside? Why a roti shop not on the inside? And send
Because
and here is that thing. It have
is,
a KFC in the airport and it have one on the stretch by the gas station.
yeah, because that's the smell we want inside the airport. This is what attract people. Look, even in the airport, we don't have a Caribbean atmosphere that will engage people as soon as they enter. Like in St. Lucia and stuff. When you enter the airport, you hear steel pan is beyond.
Listen,
and you hear in Soca.
You're telling me where it was I went, boy. I just go so many places. I'm so sorry, yeah. Somewhere I went, and the person is telling me, come, like they're playing pan. I said, let me tell you something. I come from the land of the pan. I don't have to hear somebody trying to do what we're doing. I say, our people that do that freestyle. I say, I could play pan. They watch because I was louder, because I was vexed. I was vexed because Trinidad not doing that.
And exactly, Ms. Kizia, and you see, we advertising for the 1% from even in the airport. And the funny thing about that, is the funny thing about that? When you going throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, the foreigner still goes by these local side of the road street vendors and sample the food.
Listen,
they do videos, you see it on YouTube.
My pressure raising.
Look on listening, we'll leave room for somebody else to call it. All right.
No, but listen, Cole, I have a point. I left Trinidad on a flight. We landed in Miami. Miami, boy?
Okay, so
yeah, Miami. And a 1% couple again. Oh, I really just need for us to go and get some doubles. I watch these people because I just can't hide it, huh? I watch them. I say, we don't even see all by doubles vendor and roti shop in Trinidad. The first thing you want to do is go. First thing, because we're coming out of the airport. So as we in the lines, we going through immigration and all of this. I hear them. I said, but look at that. We don't see all ya. We don't see all ya. And I am telling you, if you come and tell your mother as a 1% child that you like somebody and they see as a black, whether it's black Indian or black African, guess what? Hell no. They will send to Syria or Lebanon for a person for you. And I could call name because dare you not bring that. And they prefer to bring that person even if it's your cousin. Just not for you to be with someone else. And should you dare, they exile you in a little way. They ain't pushing you all the way out because they don't want you to be in the common elements like you and I. But they're not allowing you to have the riches you had before. So they set you up with a small business just for you to get by. I could call a couple of them. Yeah? What are you telling them about? And the names I could call is because one of the persons married a Douglas Rasta man. And guess what? Both parents had disowned the person. Disowned her. I could I could give names and other scenarios of other people where the same thing happened. These people are not nice. They run from their own countries. They didn't walk, They didn't choose. Up to the other day, Syria, Lebanon had war going on. They had to flee. So how you telling me you come into my country? Our country? You only knew the Africans and the Indians being here. How you telling me you come into my country to run things and I had to live like a dog? Nah, man. Nah. And I like some of the other islands. You see Barbados? Barbados, you walking side by side in the town area, you see in white. Grenada, St. Vincent, Dominica. You know why? They controlling the business. You not coming by us and run nothing. Just the other day, in one of the islands I was dealing with one of my clients. He's a Syrian, Him. And he called name too, but I can't call name. He called name of people in Trinidad and he said, girl, I don't deal with none of them. I don't want them in my business. And when I call a couple names, he said, that one, I don't deal because XYZ, yada, yada, yada. I said, oh, okay. He said, you don't see is all what people like us deal with. This is what he said. You don't see what people like us deal with? When you come here, who you don't see? So my associate turned and say, well, what do you mean? He said, what race you don't see here? He said, well, I don't see black people. He said, I prefer to deal with all you than deal with my own kind. I lie after the man. I can't call name. But I lie after him. Because I call name, they're going to know if they're listening to this, they're going to know who it is I'm talking about. Me ain't trying to get nobody in trouble. Understand what I'm telling all you. The system is rigged. And we could easily shift it. It's the same thing. Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré had to do. It rigged. It's our thing you're using, our thing. These people so wicked and bad, they take carnival away from us and all. Them controlling carnival. There was any slave? They know how carnival come about? Listen, I can tell all their experiences, things I hear these people say, Things I hear these people say out of their mouth, Understand, you know some of the things I tell you before, but these are experiences. These people not nice. They leave Syria and Lebanon and they come in here. And it's advantage. Support your own. Somebody making chicken and thing in your area, support them. If you find the price, say your price can't be too higher than KFC, and find somewhere around it. Because let me give all you something. You go on KFC, Royal Castle, and all of these Popeyes and all of them. The chicken small so. Breastbone bigger and how mommy done it. You want me to tell you what these people doing? Because I have a poultry company that sells them. They grade the chicken now. Long time you buy a bag of chicken at all kind of sizes. You know what I tell them? Give me the smallest one and charge me for that. So now when you're looking at advertising, whether it's online, Facebook, or you call the company, they tell you they have different grades. If it's this size, you get small, you get medium, you get large, you get extra large. The only time you get big pieces is if they're out of the small. And they don't buy chicken by the part. They buy by the weight. So when you spend $42 for 2 pieces and fries, if it's a small piece of chicken, they're making more money because they buy it by weight and they sell us by the piece. I don't have a problem with everybody. Every creed and race find an equal place, but it ain't have no equal place right now. It's not in every hole you have there. Every hole. Simply because if I'm buying from you, you're digging out my eye. If I'm working for you, you're digging out my eye. I come like Kunta Kinte at this point.
Well, well, I see I have this thing here down pack because just the other day, I would have bought some chicken, a matter of fact. I don't eat meat, a matter of fact. I don't eat meat. Just the other day, I would have bought some chicken, and when I asked, I seen 20 pounds. So I say, how much for it? Well, they said I 375 around, so I can't remember the exact price. And I hear double because I was asked everything. I say why at this price say that is a case. 20 pounds of meat is a case. So I could really attest to that. So I would have buy several cases, a matter of fact, because I plan to barbecue some chicken, keep a whole little small barbecue down on my side here. And what you are saying is true. So when the chicken a little bigger, they making
they make more from it.
They make more.
And the small business go see they give you a small piece of chicken and still chop up a small piece and give you. For at least to say that you get quality for your money. They're raising the prices. Ruby Tuesday. Well, they in Ruby Tuesday. There's no more Jack's, Woodford Cafe, all the others. They raise the price. No problem. Things going up, all they raise all the price. But why is the quantity going down?
Yeah.
I had to deal with Jenny's with that just the other day. I gone there. Bill was 9,000 something. They could see my face. They know I ain't lying. 9,000 something between the team of us that was there. When the food come out, it has certain things that I love. So I will always buy that. And then I will add something else. I gone. Where's the manager? I need you to understand that this is not tasting good. I say my name in all this system years. Delivery, pickup, dining, years. I say, and this is not the standard I know. I say, so I don't want it unless it fixed proper. Guess what? They brought back out another set. Was the quality that I was accustomed to. So if you ain't open your mouth, if you ain't stand up for your rights, I tell you, you're like Kunta Kinte. Because they're willing to advantage you. I have no problem interacting with no race. But I have a problem when you have a problem with me and mine. I have a problem there. We are the ones that should be supporting our Douglas, our Indians, our Africans. We made this country. This country was made on our backs. I tell you, it's hot now when it is. I say carnival, you know. These people take carnival away from us, you know. They know how masks come about. The man who sell off steel pan wasn't even know. You don't know how steel pan come about, but you sell it off. What are you telling me about? People have to band together. We are 99%. Whether you want to come together as the 99% or you want to stay 33% Douglas, 33% Indian, 33% African, take back we country. Let the 1% fend for themselves. Because they don't eat, they don't use, they don't drink, they don't wear, they don't drive around in what we driving around in. Any hole they dig up, what's a dig up in any one of the 1% here, guess what? If it's 9 o'clock in the morning, only a whole clock in the night, when they're done, they pave it back. They could come back the next week and dig it again, but they're paving it back. We driving through potholes, bad road, uneven road, broken road. When you're going down Princess Town, heading to Princess Town, they give you different roads to take. Guess what? It's 6 or 1 and a half a dozen of the other. The lesser of the two evil because all bad. What you're telling me? If we stop support them and let them understand is that inequality, we're not tolerating or they ain't big enough to do that. Guess what? They have two choices. Take the money and leave or level the playing field. Because at the end of the day, everything we working for all year, we eating from all year, we driving around with what all year bringing. You telling me all the years Neil and Massey functioning, operating, they're bringing in the basic vehicle. Come see the prices of the vehicle. You could bring the same vehicle in for yourself, be fully loaded, and you ain't even pay what they're charging you. Make it make sense. because they're not driving around in that. Lifestyle motors, Porsche, these people, Massey, Volvo, Jaguar, Mercedes, BMW. And if they want, they take it a step further and they bring a Tesla. Because why? Dare them never to be just like us. I tell you, walk in these people's houses, they don't even have the furniture they're selling you. And you know I have a beef with standards. I have a beef with standards. But I want them to know I brought in my own set. I ordered it online. Because I'm not letting all you stifle me at all. For so wicked and bad, every 3, 4, 5, 6 months, depending on what I need, I full a barrel. I'm traveling again to full another one. Because my aim is to minimize as much of my money I'm giving all you. And I find that is what the rest of the country is supposed to do. If you cannot do it yourself, get your family, get your friends, band together. They're overdoing it. It is this. Listen, this all you don't even have a clue how this topic does irk me. Let me tell you how bad it is. Jimmy Aboud, I call a name. My brother-in-law going in town the other day, waiting on my sister or something. But he pull up. So Jimmy Aboud, almost all the businesses does it. So I'm not singling out any one company. But this issue was with Jimmy Aboud. But all the businesses, small, big, they all put out their cones so they could get a little space when they come. Now, I admire Jimmy Aboud because it's one of the stores in town that when the hour reach, they don't play. They close up their business, they let their employees go, and they gone. But this particular day, my brother-in-law pull up in the space that they were going to cut off. So he told the guy, I'm not staying, I just pull in to wait for something for somebody. Now, this is somebody working for them. Talk about house nigger mentality. My brother-in-law turn and tell him, hey, just give me a little bye. You ain't the driver. The road ain't yours. You're not the owner of the business. But you start to get on. You can't park there. You can't this. You can't that. My brother-in-law watch him. Because you watching national security in his face. He wasn't in uniform. But he was ready. One false move. So guess what? He watched the guy. He said, where you riling up yourself so far? The guy turned. And listen, he didn't know. Thank God my sister came at that time. That when he started saying, he rough and break the mirror. They don't know it's a lawsuit coming in the backside. Just for breaking the mirror on the vehicle. You know why? Because you're so brainwashed that you ain't know it's a house nigger mentality you have. It go cost you. Because they're not going and pay it for you. They wouldn't say, well, you know, he was holding this spot for me. It will never happen. So when all you hear me talk, understand that I speak from experience. But sit.
Well, I know what take place there. I see kids there. She get bumped off. I don't know. This is what does take place here from time to time. And when the discussion is getting heated, things like this tend to take place. I mean, she going deep into her experience. Look, I did not even know all of this would have taken place with her. I mean, we would have been talking from time to time. And it touched me, a matter of fact. Why it is the black person is at the bottom of the barrel. And that is a serious question that we need to answer here tonight. Well, Kizaya, I see you. You had me speechless. Quiet on this side here as to what I was hearing just now. I mean,
Just come on, man. And they know there's no other country they could go in the world and get. There's no other country in the Caribbean they could go and do what they're doing. Because one of the callers mentioned that they in the other Caribbean islands. Watch their size. I can tell you 3 countries where I know they ain't even have the market share as the local. And the local is a black Douglas man. The other one is an African couple. And they have money. Because guess what? They're not selling out their own. They're making sure that they keep it in their community, their country. They know how that country reached so. Syrians and Lebanons don't know nothing about that. The Chinese don't know nothing about that. They don't have the same privileges they take advantage of here. So when you're speaking that they in the other islands, yes, they are. But not under the same conditions.
So
the other islands, you could see people like you and me driving. When you look on the road at the amount of fancy cars, it's you and I, people like you and me driving these cars. They're the minimal. How you telling me if we had to afford these things, it had to be guns and drugs, we in? Renison, talk.
I mean, what? Because I get me speechless. I mean, concerning what you was just saying, a matter of fact. Why, and I keep asking myself this question, why the black man is at the end or at the bottom of the food chain? Why it is, at the end of the day, we on Charlotte Street, we between building, we all on the on the public square trying to make $1. Why the black man still here? And the thing about it is this.
And it's from dusk to dawn, eh?
and the rest of the races, I mean, we had to be real in it. The Indians is far way advanced more than black people. If you can count 10 millionaire black man, it's plenty.
They understand that you need a village. They understand that. But let me tell you that something. The East Indians came here with everything that was dear to them. Now, some years ago, we're all into, that understanding your culture and concept and stuff. So I was in a symposium and they said something that resonated with me because in my mind it made sense. We don't know it to be true, though the person says that they're supporting documents and stuff about it. I've never researched it to say yes. They indicated that the reason why black people, like in the Caribbean islands and other parts of the world, we so segregated is simply because every nation, every African nation assumed that it was the other nation that caused their nation to be part of the slave trade. That it was not what they went there for, so they didn't, the Europeans didn't go into Africa and say, we come for your people for slaves. No, they presented to them a new world of opportunity and potential, and they bought into that. So they send them with all kinds of things. They send their prince, their princesses, the dukes, or however you want to call them. I don't know them, right? As I said, it's something that I heard. And on the journey, that is why they had to cause Africans that they had already enslaved to become they had like a production farm. So like they had you just there to mate and make more because they couldn't go back to Africa. On the journey is when they shot a few of them, and when they saw that the people were actually dead, they were all speaking different languages and couldn't communicate all together. And they assumed that the other was the reason for them being a part of that, because you would have told somebody, and you would have encouraged the person to get into it. And then when you get into it, everything you knew was gone. So they never went back to Africa. They took the people they had and they bred them. But at that point, they said a few got away and was able to and tell them, because Africa had big ships and thing too. And they told them about it. And that is where the word started to get around that the people that was taken from Africa were then enslaved. Again, this is not something I know to be true, but this is why the concept of Black people not being as together as most other races seems to be prevalent. It's also the name nigger, and I hope this wouldn't get banned because of that, but is a point I'm trying to make. That word was never that, you know. They said that it was trying to explain that they are Niger, and spelling it out, it was pronounced nigger, and that's where the word came from. Again, don't know, but I'm just saying, based on little things I've picked up,
right?
This
so
is why they say Black people are not as together.
Right. So
united.
We have a call on the line again, Ms. Kezia.
Good night again, Mr. Jeff. Good night again, Ms. Kizzy. Now, let me put it in perspective, right? Children who go to school now is a fashion show. They had to have a certain sneakers, a certain hair, a certain book bag, right? It's a fashion show because this is something they post on social media. How you all know this? If you don't have on a brand, you're not in the clan, right? We're speaking raw, good grassroots talk here now. You see, the Indians have businesses to sustain themselves. So if all the Indians go by the Indian businesses, they will survive. If all the Chinese go by the Chinese in their business, they will survive. But the African guy, what businesses do they have? And the reason why the Africans don't have a business for, because nobody don't want to see another African brother prosper and thrive. Because if you open a business as an African man and African people come in and you start to make money, and then from your Honda Accord, you turn into SUV, what? You making money? You involved in some racket? You see, they love to fight each other because they love the fact is, when they see the fellow brother man, they're on the same boat like them. They're not prospering. You know that show long ago named Jefferson moving on up? They don't want to see him move on up. Because it's that jealousy. When you go to school, if my daughter have on an Air Force One, what? Well, I had to top that is my buy a daughter on an Air Force One. I had to buy a Jordan, a $1,000 Jordan US, and I better than you. You see, this is the concept we had from growing up, trying to mimic America. And I'm talking about way back in the 90s, right? All these basketball teams, basketball was never so great in Trinidad until Chicago Bulls and Michael Jordan. Now everybody was Jordan, everybody was basketball best. And we sat them many.
The caller there?
Yeah, like he internet and picking up just like yours, Zeke, is it?
But
this is the problem we have in Trinidad. No,
yep. Yes, caller.
You want, 1%. They don't care who have more money than who have more money and who don't have more money, but once all of them have. If three are we here, and let me just say it, is the user 1%, well, the senator Indian and I is the black man. And you all of you get a contract. But your contract is $1 million, where the son one is 400,000 and my one is 100,000. I fix it all, you know. Because I want the same thing. And this is where the problem lies. They don't know how to share the wealth. And some will prosper and some will not be in that category. And this is the mindset we had to change from them. Not everybody will be multi-millionaire. Not everybody will be able to be like you to go and spend $10,000 in Jenny's. The world don't work like that.
It wasn't me alone. No. But that was a group. Hold on. I
just say an example. You know, that luxury you have 60-70% of people cannot do that.
You had a meeting.
So that is a luxury that you have that they don't have. But what we have to try and do, we have to try and say to ourselves, we want equality, but some will prosper more than others, and we have to accept that.
That is true.
And not because you don't prosper more than me, I will fight you down. You see, look, Jeff here. Let's say Jeff is a well-known man around Trinidad. He go all over make videos. But let Jeff open a business and start to make money now. And that studio start to get real flash lights and this and that. You know what people go say? Now, but he making too much money, right?
Well, what you caller? Caller, others don't get that already. You know? They just say, boy, this man making too much money. So many times they know.
That is the mindset they have. And this is the mindset we're growing up with. And we need to get that out. Look at the school fighting and things that happening in schools, right? When you look at these children attire, the book bag and the shoes and stuff, how much hours of work the parents have to work to buy that for them?
Yeah.
And you see, long ago, a child understood when the parents were seeing hardship and they will say to the parents, Mommy, Daddy, as soon as I get my education, I get my job, you won't have to work so hard again. But the children don't have that again. They will look at the single mom working 3 jobs and be tired and come home and sleep around the couch. And they will not take off the shoes. And they will not fix the place. They will not bring dinner for them. They will not make the bed up and say to themselves, Mommy, as soon as I get my education, I get a job, you won't have to do this again. They don't have time. They're on social media. And as we say, rah-rah in. And this is where we have to focus on. All right, guys, look on listen.
Scholar, thank you for calling.
I wanted to address something that he said, right? You see that sneakers thing? And that is the Ministry of the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Social Development. And for years, seeing different issues where children are concerned, and when you see what they're being picked on about is their attire and so on.
Yeah.
And a recommendation was made that shoe stores either do one out of 2 things. They get a brand of shoes in the relevant colors of the different schools we have in Trinidad and Tobago. And only those shoes can be sold to children for back to school or for school in general. Or schools, when selling their uniforms, also sell that particular sneakers or shoes. And you must come with that. And I'll tell you why. A study was done in Trinidad, but in a niche group. For example, the colleges. So you have St. Joseph Convent, Presentation, all the colleges. You know, PLS was able to increase the market share simply because they got the schools to endorse using their shoes. So the black, the white, the brown, they were able to get those schools, let their students use their shoes to keep their students uniformed. So it wasn't all one war PLS, but it was able to trend PLS brand. In Trinidad, for the, I think is Champion, Air something, and something else. And then for the girls, they had ballet flats, which is a nice little shoe/sneaker looking shoes that you would see the, you know, the nice little socks, even if it by the ankle, you're seeing enough of the socks. When a lot of schools will tell you, I have to see your socks. So they wore ankle socks, they would have seen most of it and it was acceptable. And for when you tend to see those children coming out of the school, 9 out of 10 of the children had on the same thing. The ministry would be the one to step in and say, all right, because you can't pick on me if you and I wearing the same thing. Why are you going and tell me about mine when you have on the same thing? It's not making sense. So you create a system that regulates a standard. You can't go to a random store, because if you are not a schooled, an authorized school store to sell those type of things, you cannot come and sell anything outside of that. So you can't come and bring a brown Jordan, because we are not going to allow you to bring it in. Similar to how you have army gear. No, we want you to keep a standard. If you are bringing Jordan, it must be colored, because there's another dealer for that, to target parents, school children, so that all of them would understand that the opportunities are the same for all of them. It's a conditioning. In marketing, there's a term called conditioning. That is what that term means. You create an atmosphere that regulates the way people think and operate. It's conditioning. You know, I like to go back to the books, because sometimes when you talk to certain people that will make stupid comments and you just have to go back. So in marketing, we would adopt the conditioning process. That will help, because a lot of children are actually bullied based on, as the caller said, their appearance. Because my sneaker better than yours. My mother spent more money. This bag, whatever is the name of the bag, that had people teeth and all that kind of thing. Some fancy bag in the back to school situation recently. Children had their bags stolen from them. Their books thrown out, and people go on with their bag. So you go into school, your bag left in your class, you're going to buy a lunch or whatever. When you come back, your books on the desk or on the ground or wherever, and your bag gone. But the parents of the children who steal it obviously ain't say nothing. And now your parent have to find you something else. So I knew there were some talks asking parents to not buy into the trend to perpetuate the issue that was being experienced by students and schools. So it's all about conditioning. There's a thing called the salivation test, which is pretty much the same concept I just explained, but you're just using the shoes and stuff, because we already have uniforms. So you're now including shoes. When you go to the other islands, these children wear their socks up to their knee, simply because they are supposed to be uniformed and set a regulated system that allows each person to be accepted. I don't know if you've visited any of the other islands, but anytime you pass, and the next time I'm there, I'm going to take photos where you will see a cluster of children, and they all tend to be in the same thing. You set a standard, it's conditioning. Another thing the caller spoke about, which I wanted Renison, you there?
All right, you're loud and clear.
Okay. The caller spoke about something else just now with respects to when people in different, not wanting to see your brother or sister or your African brother, African sister strive. It is true, but that could change, and I'll tell you why. We have the trading. Whenever you hear somebody profiting from the trade, they will come and tell you, you invest yours, you get your money, you're happy. Now, this is the online trading I'm talking about here, not the susu thing that was going around. If you can present to me, yes, I spending my money with you. I may feel a kind of a way to see you rise. Now, that's not my condition, and I want to see everybody rise. But I know it has some people. I had some people who I thought was friends that turned out not to be friends because of the same mentality. And once you can present to say, here, what, you know what, why we can't do a business, a franchise. What we don't understand is that is how Royal Castle was established. Anybody who buy into the franchise of Royal Castle, the signature is the pepper sauce. And no matter what you do, you must use that pepper sauce. It's not a branch, because that is the only thing the initial owners of Royal Castle held on to. So when they sell you the franchise, allow you to buy into it, and they get their percentage from you, the pepper sauce gives them the rest of their money, their earnings. All you have to do is incorporate, okay, yeah, I am doing a business, but you know, you could do the same. I need XYZ. Why don't make my bread for me? I sell in burgers. If you could make me the best burger bread and present that to me every single day, when I have 100 burgers to sell, 100 hot dogs, I will buy it from you. Now you open your own business, because I'm going to tell you something. You see that rich system I tell you about? That is how the 1% reach where they are. If they're not in variety stores, it is Chinese food, is the supermarkets. Then you have the other 1% where they have the clothing stores. They own all kind of things. Because if you have an idea, I help you. And that is what they kill us with. They kill us with not being able to work together and understand that each one could teach one. Each one could raise one. And when you reach up, drop a rope down and pull somebody else up. That is what we don't do.
So, Keziah, before you go on to explain, what is a salivation test? What you're talking about, what they mean by salivation test? Is it that, you know, the tests or the run these tests in the schools? What it is?
Well, it's not a test they run in the school. I think it's the Maslow, on the Maslow boy. It's not a test done in the school. It's a test that is done for conditioning. Okay. So what the test indicated is that they use canine dogs. And in order to get the dogs to adapt or operate a particular way, they presented a common and standard form to allow them to get to where they want them to be. So that's why I indicated that the situation with specific back to school sneakers dealers, just like how you have certain things like certain uniforms, you have certain sellers. You would never get South uniform being sold in Port of Spain. Each dealer service a particular district, and only those uniforms they'll be able to sell. Must be the same thing with the sneakers, the bags, because earlier this year, not earlier this year, last year back to school, when I was buying books and things, that bag came up. I didn't understand which bag it was, so I just ordered stuff off online. When it reached, they were like, no, not that. That's not what we want. I said, well, that's what they're getting. So when they go to school now, it's because this one bag get robbed, that one bag get robbed, the other one on the I said, well, yours go stay, because yours ain't what they want. So you will get to keep yours. And that is what the testing is, as to why I also mentioned conditioning, because the salivation test is rooted in conditioning.
So So it's to condition certain people into doing certain things. Okay. Hold on there a second. We have a caller on the line again. Good night again, caller. Yes, good night again.
Hear me, Jeff?
Caller, sorry about that. Good night.
You hear me? You hear me, Jeff?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
All right, good night again, Jeff. Good night, Miss Kizzy. My solution to that, you see, every year you must have an evaluation body, make up of psychiatrists, make up of businessmen who are businesswomen, make up of education. Nobody affiliated with the school, and every year after the 3 terms of exam, you evaluate a child to see if this child could able to go forward or what this child need help in. So the first 2 years of this child, Form 1, Form 2, you evaluate it. And you change, you will understand if this child could go forward to Form 3 or
that
this
used
child
to
need
be
help.
14 plus,
You see,
and that used to be SE, common entrance.
Right. So we need to have a body because there's a lot of children out there with psychological trauma, and we don't know because the parent is not educated in that line of field. The teachers are not educated in that line of field, so they don't know. They will just say the child is bothered, but they don't know. And this is where we have to find the fault from an early age. We cannot let a child from Form 1 have this rage. And when this child reaches Form 3 and this child becomes a little more grown and a little more big-bodied, and they take this aggression after the 3 years of building up, and they explode the slightest thing, trigger them off. Because we hadn't rooted out from a young age. You see, not every child that we place in a school is able to keep up with the work at that pace.
You beating that drum.
Pardon?
You're beating that drum. That's a discussion we were going into, but well, you can't wait. You're hitting it already, but go on.
All right. Well, I will leave it when you start that conversation. All right, guys. Good night.
Keziah. I mean, come on, man. The man was going to give a discussion, my point of view concerning that. I mean, we have some intelligent callers outside here. You know? I mean, that has come.
We do. But remember, I touched that topic for you and I explained and broke down for you exactly why the system is affected by that. When common entrance was moved to create the SEA and indicate that all children is supposed to be in a school, it was not the best decision. And it was not the best decision because not all children learn the same way. There are different learning styles. And when you push all children in a school, it means that key development stimulators are not going to be available in all the schools. When the common entrance system was in place, by 14, which was most Form to the end of Form 2, the child would have done 14 plus. In order to determine by the end of Form 3 whether they stayed in the school that they were in or they moved on. And then moving them on would have determined whether or not they got, they got into trade schools or schools that were blended learning, or if that child was more theoretical, so you could have put them into more business and sciences. You were able to tailor to the child's need. So what the caller mentioned there, which is research that was done, Children's Authority, Children's Court, they will attest to this, that research was done that a lot of children are not able to function. And because of that, they lash out in response to bullying other children, simply because if I keep the attention off of me, even though it's negative attention or I am doing something bad to you, at least nobody not seeing where my faults are and coming in to pick at me. So it's better I pick at you before you pick at me. So then you used to have remedial programs in school, because then you understood, well, okay, this child just need a little more attention in this area, so he would be able to function here. Yeah. So if your problem was literature, we would work with you on literature, because then that will transition into your English. It will translate into your social studies, your business. It showed comparable statuses in the different subject areas. That is something that I also wrote the ministry about, asking them to revise the current educational program, because common entrance was the best approach, and common entrance is designed to take you into 14 plus, which is now NCSE, because I had to research it. So it's called the National Secondary Common Examination, right? NSC or something like that, National Common Secondary Exam, something like that. I remember the details because I wasn't prepared for that tonight. But when I did the research back then, that is what the research presented. And that was because Children's Authority had done the research when they created the in the stations to create units that could deal with children. So if they have a problem, they will then be able to sit down and assess them mentally. So you had officers who were trained in counseling, psychology, sociology, etc., criminology, and they would now speak to you to find out what your problem and your challenges are, where your shortcomings are, and be able to help you. Under that system, you had remedial programs that was needed. Now we don't. And those programs allowed a lot of technically trained individuals who would have been able to step out into the world and be able to support themselves by creating their own jobs, whether it was electrician, mechanics, etc. When last you could walk around two corners and see a good mechanic? In one area, you have about 5-6 mechanics. We don't have that no more. And children are dropping out of school because they cannot cope. And we're a long time when that happens, they will go into trade. They're not doing that no more because there's no stimulation. All right? And again, that is where this saliva test comes in. And Renison, you could research it, is the Pavlov dog, how to develop and deliver. How to develop and deliver. So it means that we will condition you.
Actually, is aware of the test, as a matter of fact. Where Pavlov used to ring a bell, and watch the dog salivate.
Correct.
And so after he take away, he stop give the dog anything afterwards, and they continue to do the same thing.
Continued with
yes.
Correct. And that is where conditioning came in. So now it's the trend. So at a particular point in time, the trend was payless shoes. At one point in time, you couldn't walk into Payless and get a pair of sneakers or shoes for your child to go to school at all. Excuse me, simply because everybody was running after it. Then Infinity brand sneakers, they use Sunny Bling. A couple years ago, just before COVID, they used Sunny Bling to promote the Infinity brand sneakers for the same thing, to allow parents to buy cheaper sneakers that it will, condition them to, this influencer is using it, so you would want to be encouraged to do it too. But again, COVID came, and obviously they didn't want to spend no money in branding and stuff no more, so they took that away. All right? So once we do this, we would be able to kind of curb the situation. It will become easier on teachers too. Because you take away that village concept, there is no corporal punishment in schools. Children are not being punished when they do wrong things or allow rewards for when they do good things. Yeah, perfect. Right? So that way they know this is allowed, that is not allowed. This is acceptable, that's not acceptable. To allow the system to work. The system cannot work if you have people fighting against it. It will not function. So I need for us to understand, in order to get change, we have to fight for it. Because system is consistently rigged against us. I could tell you, there was a particular bank. I could tell you 2 companies this happened to.
Well, I see again that, I mean, when we getting into some serious conversations, things just start to go a little bit haywire. But just to explain the conditioning theory that Keziah would have now brought up is a well-known theory, the Pavlov conditioning theory, a matter of fact, that would have shown from on the screen there. What it is, you see, before conditioning, during conditioning, and after conditioning. So when before conditioning, you give the dog the food, he salivate. And what happened is that when you start to condition the dog now, you ring the bell first. Neutral stimulus. So when you're going to give the dog the food, you ring the bell and he started salivate because he know he getting food. And after a while, they take away the food. And when they ring the bell, the dog continue to salivate. And that is how they gradually condition you, the average man. The average woman, the average person outside there, is that when they start off a product, and Keziah would have, talk about that, when they would have start a product line, a matter of fact, they do a lot of things. Right.
It's now with social media or before, they will have a certain following, and it is expected that with the presentation of that brand, they will get individuals to adapt to it. So it's done in a lot. Lever Brothers had used it. Procter and Gamble had used it. It have a lot of companies worldwide that have used that, the Pavlov testing in concept to develop brands under the BCG matrix that they consider dogs or problem childs.
Wow. This internet thing is real problems here, boy.
Indicate something here, and it's not me coming at him. He meant why it's not. When your child is born, you turn to say, when the child say, the child call me a daddy, after they get to a certain age, they would just be answering. So let's say, for example, you call on the child and the child said yes, you would say no, yes, daddy. That is conditioning. You condition the child's mind to be respectful. Just like when you hand them something, you say thank you.
Good night, caller. Whilst we wait
Good
on.
night again, Mr. Jeff.
Yes, good night.
Kizzy. You see, this is. Oh, Kizzy still speaking?
Right.
Kizzy only freezing up. Yeah. Good night again, Mr. Hansen. Mr.
Jeffrey.
Good night
Yeah,
again,
yeah.
Miss Kizzy. You hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you loud and clear. Just we having a little. Yeah,
So
go ahead.
This is why the early childhood centers was important in this country, because the first few years of a child life, you have to teach them how to socialize, teach them manners, take them to places that they see development of the mindset. And this is an important step, the early childhood centers. You don't want people who run in our early childhood centers, all right, take a nap, do this, do that. You have to teach them how to socialize. Look at the behavior. Speak to the parents. See how the parents respond to certain situations, so you know that the child growing up in a toxic environment.
Mm-hmm.
And all this helps develop a child from an early stage. And the second point, we're talking about corporal punishment. In this modern times, corporal punishment don't work again. That was slavery, whipping people into obedience.
The corporal punishment doesn't necessarily have to be
There's a few Caribbean countries still have the corporal punishment, but it's not working. Guyana, I think is Jamaica, and I think is Barbados, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not too sure, but in Guyana, they still have corporal punishment in schools. But the violence in schools is the same way as Trinidad. It's out of hand.
Actually, no. That is a study that was done. Just now, caller, that is not actually true. When children's authority was established, he's hearing me?
A 6 foot.
Hello?
Jonathan, are you hearing me?
Yeah, hello?
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah. So which child, which teacher will watch a 5 foot, almost 6 foot student, a boy child, and whip him? Which teacher will do that?
Just 1 second.
And it will have repercussions. You see, it will have repercussions.
Islands.
Because let me tell you something.
Just so call. I don't know what going on. Because
because only coming and going.
She coming and going.
Sorry about that, guys, but unfortunately I can't do much about that. But that comment he made about the other islands, their system is corporal punishment is not working. That is not entirely true. They have a greater control on their schools than we do. That's one. Yes, they have the violence, but it's not as the ratio as we have it, because when Children's Authority was established, it was because the mass shootings and stuff in schools and other schools in the world were affected by children being bullied, etc. So it was a mandate under United Nations Children's Division. And under that, the assessment for the Caribbean did not present that corporal punishment is not working in the other islands. It works, but what they are indicating is that they're trying to stray away from the issue is currently violence. So you cannot cure violence with violence. So what it is they indicated, especially now, a child will go mad if you take away the internet. Leave them with the device. But you take away the internet.
Which teacher will watch a Form 4 or Form 5 student, probably 6 foot, 180 pounds, and whip him without repercussion?
We may not be this country, but there are some countries in Africa. There is Japan, There is, I
Because
think
their law
it's
is different.
Singapore.
You want us
This
to
is
turn
why
into
we
a
spoke about
dictatorship country? You want
conditioning.
us to take a child or a person and throw them in jail and lose them in jail? You see, everybody talking about
No, but we're not saying take them and
right?
lose them in jail,
He's doing a
because
great
this is
job.
what will
But how much people will, if they have a choice, that tourists say all Africans who want to leave Trinidad and come to live in his country, his country for free, without any. How much of them you guys will go? Remember, in those African
which means
countries,
right
you
now they
don't
don't even
get
have a choice
free
because they're being sent
medication.
back.
You know,
It's either you go
you
willingly
don't get
or
free
by brute
medical.
force.
You don't get money from the government like disability in Africa. You know. How many people want to go here? So we always compare him to what we should do, but we have to understand.
That
We
was
live
the same
in
situation, and I want to give you
in
this caller because I don't want you to think that is the only example we have. The United Arab Emirates, before they were fully formed, they experienced similar challenges. And they came together to do the same thing Ibrahim Traore is doing now. And before, they didn't have a lot of the things going on that they have going on now, but they were able to curb that coming together. Even their school systems and everything is different.
We don't have France ruling we don't have England ruling we don't have America ruling it's our own. And you see, this is the difference.
But why can't we fix it?
We cannot. So who we gonna blame for the situation, for the 1% owning all these value of this country and have all the assets? France didn't give them it. England didn't give them it. America didn't give them it. It's our own.
We have to blame ourselves, caller. And
that we have to blame ourselves.
And the only way we could come off as something like that is that we had to come together.
Exactly, and we have to come together. We have to get the mindset.
But caller, we said this. It's not going to be a one-man thing.
Each other. You see, in society here, we blame each other. When the citizens was locked out of this country for this virus, the people of Trinidad and Tobago say, don't let them come in. Leave them there. We own citizens telling to leave the other citizens out there. People who living in shelters now. People stranded in Barbados. And we say, leave them there. You see, we have a selfishness. And if we don't get this selfishness out, we cannot help each other. Look for instance, an example here. Jeff maybe have different point of views from certain other people. Jeff is branded an outcast. And that is the society we're living in. Now your views have to go according to other people's views in order to be accepted in the society.
Yeah, but caller, why you think the brandmas are outcast? Let me have a conversation. Why the brandmas are outcast? Let me hear.
Because your views is for you have your point of views what you think needs this country to go forward, and what you think is right in for you, what your beliefs in, and they hold you accountable for that.
That is so true. Yeah, but you ain't calling no name. But we no, but it's the truth. Because no. Use listen to me, caller. Use the first person that would have come on national public. A lot of people would have called me, inbox me. The brandmas are outcasts at this point in time, which I respectfully wear that banner. You know why? This country is made up of several different persons. And not only me, the branders are outcasting several other person. Every 5 years, all the eagle that's fly high, it go come down low. And we go see all at that point in time, who is the outcast?
Yeah. No,
But
but that's the thing. So Miss Kizzy, I don't believe in corporal punishment. And it's correct we compare ourselves to Abrahamic story, but we
I
cannot
think you
go
missed
down
my
that path.
point,
You see,
caller, when I mentioned
we have
corporal
to
punishment,
understand we don't have it's not our next country or countries have we in this situation is ourselves. And we cannot blame nobody else. And the reason for that is because you live in Lamhantel, you can't take a deed from your property and go to the bank to get a loan. Why? But you own that because it has no value.
So
You see, if you
in
take
that
a bottle of
situation,
water, right? And
so
you sell a
hold
bottle
on,
of water
caller.
in Laventille, it'll
So
cost you
why
$1.
would you say
You
you
take that
can't
same
blame
bottle of water,
someone
you
else?
take that same
Because
bottle
let
of
me
water
tell
and
you
you go Gulf
something.
View, and it's selling that same bottle of water, it'll cost you $5.
Hold on.
You're going
I'm not
Westmoreland
sure if
and you're
you're
selling
hearing
that
me, yeah?
same bottle of water, it'll cost you $20. You know why?
Renison, you
Location.
all hearing me?
yes,
But it's the
yes, we are
same
here.
bottle of water. You understand? You hear that, Mr. Jeff?
Yes,
Now,
I hear
he's
that. I
saying
hear
that
that.
we
So,
can't blame
all right, Miss
other
Kizzy, I'll
people.
understand. Jeff, you could explain to us,
He's
state to Miss
indicating
Kizzy
that
like
we
she didn't
cannot
hear.
blame
All right.
others.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
No,
because
I heard him well. I heard him and I followed what he was saying. But my problem is he's saying that you can't blame anyone but yourself. But then he brought an example of living in Laventille and you take your property, your deed to the bank, and you wouldn't get anywhere with it. Why? Laventille have one of the biggest factories that presents one of our brands, Angostura. Yeah? Are you saying the system not rigged? All the Fernandez compound, grocery, gas station, close to town, but it have no value. Remember, Renison, you would have heard me champion this before. It have no value. But, for example, let me get closer. Carnage. Yeah? Westmoreland is in Carnage. Point Cumana. On one side, the property is worth millions. The same outline fashion, because I'm telling you about someone who did construction on a house in Westmoreland. He built his house. He lives Carnage, the exact same concept. The value of his property against the value of the person whose house he built is vastly off. That person able to get 10 point something million dollars because it went on market because the individuals migrated. When he saw it, he could have freaked because he had his own evaluated and it wasn't even half. Right? That tells you the system rigged. It's rigged. In the same Carnage, you have Boys Place. Other people take their hard-earned money, build nice houses. You in a townhouse, and I have my own house in my own yard, fence rung nice and thing. Your townhouse worth more than my house, which is bigger than yours. Same upstairs and downstairs concept. Why the system? How come you're saying the system ain't right? It's for who to stay down. You have Valsain South and Valsain North. Which one worth more? And the properties on the north side worth more? Okay, then. Ask anybody into real estate. Just to give you an idea. I know someone who built an apartment complex in Laventille. The agent came to put it on the market. When the agent saw the properties, the size and stuff, the layout and everything the person presented, because the person lived in the US for a while. So he came back here and wanted to build his business, build up the property and sell the units. You know what the agent told him? If this property was in the Westmoreland, Valsine, or anywhere else, he could have called in the millions. He barely getting $500,000 for one of the units in Laventille. And when tell you a nice big yard, if you saw what that man did, I might probably pass and ask him to take some pictures. He has a nice big savanna because it's a nice, I did not even know it had something. To me, all the houses in Laventille and stuff was everybody and everybody yard. That's how I view it. And that's how people on the outside view it. Because I have clients who would come and that's what they would see. And when I went by him, you have a savanna. So when you reach home and you're done and you want to exercise, you don't have to leave and go to Aranguez or Queen's Park. You have a savanna right in your backyard. A good size one too, eh? Like the size of the smaller Eddie Hart ground savanna. Plus, you have a nice garden. He built up the property with a nice garden. So you have fruit trees of all kinds right in Laventille. I will pass and ask him to take a photo or a video and let it go up. But he would never, the agent turned and tell him he would never, he said, if you had this property in any other area, you could have gotten in the millions. But it's in Laventille and you're barely getting 500,000. All right. So tell me the system, Henrik. Who living in Laventille? You don't see them there. The only time you hear any talk about Laventille was when they wanted to take it over and move the people from there all over so that they could have gotten it. I'm sure people heard of that some years back. This is like about maybe 20 years ago when they said they wanted to relocate people in Laventille. And when you hear the show, the talk was going around, that is because the Syrians and they wanted to get it, the 1%ers. People kick against it. Again, I don't have research because I did not think this is what we were dealing with tonight.
Well, I know the topic went kind of all over the place last night. Well, tonight, a matter of fact, let me not say last night. We went all over the place and we were just flowing. I mean, that the thing about preparing. We could always talk about going to depth where we wanted to talk about. Well, a matter of fact, let me not say we. I just co-hosting on your program here tonight, Miss Kezai. I hope you get internet running, so I ain't got to be cutting in and
hopefully, I'm hoping that by Tuesday, because if we decide to use one of the holidays to do a show, I'd really like to have a more steady supply. So I would hope I'll call them and see how far they are, when I could expect someone, so that the next broadcast would be more steady than it is tonight.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, I am going to be the person that will always try to find solutions to the issues that we have. I will always be the person to write. I mean, Ranaston, I could go down experience after experience. I gave you an oral experience a while back. You know, it's not one to, it's a lot. I was starting one with the bank for you just now, but I wouldn't even bother go back into that. But there is a lot of things set up in the system to break the majority and keep you hopeless and destitute.
Well,
you must always be hand to mouth. Must. I remember back in the day, you were able to go to the bank and buy property. Property was achievable. And then you had, even though you didn't have town and country, if it was agriculture land, the banks would have still given you the loan because you allowed one structure on agriculture land. They done away with that. all because one type of people, and then they tie you up for years to try to get approval. 99.9 people build around you, you know, electricity and water in the area. But your application in town and country over 10 years to try to get approval, all because you might need a little bit of financing. They cut that out. So how you're telling me the system is not rigged against us? If you want to talk about capitalism and saying there is capitalism solutions I've presented, I want to hear which one have I indicated. When you're speaking, say why say this if you don't want capitalism. You're not telling me what I said that was a capitalism solution. Because nothing I presented there was a capitalism solution. But when you
Keziah, well, these programs here, this thing here on this, I'm hoping that next week will be more different concerning the stability of where the internet signal is concerned. And I still am seeing Keziah here on with us here live. But to you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, you see, at the end of the day, there are people that just try to frighten you into going in a particular direction. Right. I see. Yes, sir.
The commenters and the callers. And as I said, just to tap into Slim's resources as to what I was saying. When you have narrow-minded people with narrow-minded thinking in narrow-minded spaces, they will only prescribe to that. Because people, the development of countries and places was done based on visions and missions to do more, be more, and supersede, to present greatness. And there are other places in the world that's doing it. All we have to do is take a page out of their book. So I will like for us to close tonight because this internet thing frustrated me. But at the end of the day, I can't blame the employees as the system. Once again, we go back to a system. So for now, we need to think evolved. If you want artificial intelligence, you need to get some for yourself first in order to understand to use it, because you can't keep throwing in artificial intelligence and you're narrow-minded in a box. How are we going to use it? Where are we going to use it? You're just throwing out things. It's like you're Googling every 2 seconds, and wherever Google bring up for you, you just throw it in. How it's going to be used, how it's going to be developed. Present your concept and let me work together to build it. If not, whatever is your Napoleon syndrome, keep it to yourself. You don't have to let everybody know what you're working with. Because at the end of the day, we will never change and improve. And I don't have a problem being a revolutionist. But what I could tell is that you aren't a leader. Right? So I would like to keep the program in a professional standing as we established it on, with the concept of presenting good government, good governance, best practices, and key performance indicators, not just for them, but for the citizens of the country to take pattern of by presenting examples of other parts of the world that are actually using it. And for the people who are challenged by it, go to the Wizard of Oz, because I think he might still have a brain. You might be able to get some spare parts.
Hola bacanale, you're encouraging the girl.
No, because you cannot push development. You cannot push it. It's kind of hard. It's like if you're cooking food and you have a recipe. The recipe calls for 1 teaspoon or half a teaspoon of salt. And you want to come and take a pot spoon full of salt and put it in it. You don't want it and I wouldn't want it. Understand what? So why put in your 2 cents where it has no flavor? It's not going to attract nobody, because nobody come would want salty food. All you are putting are negative comments, nothing inspiring, nothing inspirational, nothing in concept. All you're saying is use AI. What about AI? I told you AI could use in the medical tourism. And then once we have the money from there, we can put into agriculture and then AI there too.
Because he had that guy going in, he do so, he put up a little 10 by 10 and I feel he widening the structure right about now. He built a little house in the head.
No. He can't even rent a room in my head.
He built a house.
No, Renison, don't get it twisted. The reason why I want to address him is because I know he's walking around with Napoleon syndrome in more ways than one. That you are so challenged by a woman presenting possible solutions. I'm not saying I have it all.
You see this kind of thing? You see this kind of thing? You see that guy?
No, Renison, we've always invited people to share their concepts. We've taken it. I always take notes. Every single show, I take notes. Because I want to be able to feed the viewership based on their recommendations, based on their contributions. And at this particular point, you're telling me that you are challenged. You have challenges. Nobody can help you.
That he don't have no testicular fortitude, because all that talk he had, I know trying to give him a call to see what kind of.
You don't call it?
Nah, he don't call it. He's afraid to answer you because I mean you might bite off your head.
Don't call him.
You see, he just declined the call again. Because that guy is afraid of you.
He's a bully. He cannot walk in my shadow. You know why? He does not have the kahunas to stand up as a man. One like me, I answering. Why can't you answer?
And there's a woman too,
right?
Afraid. I don't understand that. It's like me calling and
Victoria's Secrets. It's Victoria's Secrets.
All right. Yeah, he dive out.
Why can't you present concepts and we can work together? You started the show. You didn't listen to the beginning of the show. Nobody said anything about the government is at fault, but you jump in with a set of comments like that. They send you for me? If they send you for me, let them know you ain't see me, because you're not ready for me. And if you know anybody that know me, they will tell you you're not ready. Because I am in my silent mode. I always take a silent stance. But I always aim to destroy. So what I could tell you is you don't have the kahunas to answer a call and actually speak. You are a bully. I shudder to think what your children and your family presents to be. Nothing encouraging and inspiring. I wonder if you could actually impart encouraging words and stuff to it. If you have children or to your wife, they probably never hear you say anything nice to them in their entire relations with you. Because you are a bully. You're one of the disgusting type to the highest order. Everybody talking about how you just be on the platforms. Like you get stimulation from being like that. But you meet the wrong person. I am not the one or the two. Trust and believe.
Well,
because I know I have earned my right.
Good night, Slimy. Good night. I see you call back, you grow a little belly. I understand that. You understand, but you know, we have Kezia on the line there. I mean, she say that you're bullying she in the comments. What is that about? I ain't here. Nah, we in here, brother. We in here. I don't know what's going on. There. We in here.
Grand charger.
Yeah. All that talk and the phone.
I know his type. I know his type. He's a grand charger.
Yeah, that's so
all. You call and you put the phone on mute.
Yeah, he call and he put the phone on mute. yeah. Then watch. Good night, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you. Hello.
Good night, Renison.
Yes, what going on? Kizzy say you're bullying she in the comment and you don't really have actual facts. You just talk.
I'm not a bully. I'm just keeping it real. When you talk shit, I'll call you out. You're on a public platform talking shit, I'll call you out.
Guess what? Well, I know who you have for parents, love.
So she opened
because that's all you know to do.
Live today talking about flood management. And I think she said something about the government is not responsible for taking care of floods or something like that. That is a citizen's responsibility. She started off like that. And that's when I call her out. I said that's nonsense.
Was that what you heard, Renison?
I would have heard I would have heard you say that the government and them is not always responsible.
Okay.
Right, and she's saying something that is a citizen's responsibility. I'm saying no, that is nonsense. It is the government's responsibility.
The government is responsible, and where they are not responsible.
And also, let's go back a bit.
Just so. One person at a time.
Right?
Just so, Slimy.
No, he out of
order. Slimy, just now.
He had a right to go back.
Let me bring it up right now.
Listen, and then open your mouth.
The thing with using AI is you have to use the correct prompt. I don't know what prompt you guys use. The prompt that I put into Grok.
Right.
Taking into factors, time and cost. Which is more feasible for the country of Trinidad and Tobago to generate income for the country? Agriculture or medical tourism? It gave it spat out a whole bunch of things, but it gave me like a chart at the end, and I sent you that chart. And all right, so comparative analysis, initial investment, high, 500,000 to 1 million for a medium farm, and 70 million for like an agro park. That's agriculture. So medical tourism, it's moderate, 10 million to 50 million for hospital upgrades and marketing. So right off the bat, the initial investment, 1 million maximum for agriculture, 50 million maximum for medical tourism. Right? So let's go to the second thing, the chart that I gave you. You should actually pull it up on the screen so people could read, because I'm getting tired of reading. Time to revenue, 6 to 12 months, because when you plant a seed in the ground, 6 to 12 months later, that is money, right? So 6 to 12 months for the initial time to revenue. For medical tourism, 1 to 2 years with aggressive marketing, and 3 to 5 years for significant scale. With the medical tourism, in order for people to be attracted to Trinidad, you have to have some kind of reputation. And if people just look up Trinidad and you see what is going on with medical in the country, no one wants to come there. So you're going to have to spend millions in America marketing. You're going to have to spend millions with social media influencers. And on top of that, you're going to need patience on a large scale that could go wrong and tell their personal stories. So I'm not saying medical tourism is a bad idea. It is something that we should work on, but with a 10-year scale. For are you guys still there?
Yes, we are listening. We are listening.
And so with agriculture, you could put something in the land today, and 6 months from now you're getting money. That's money in the bank. So if you want to do the medical tourism thing, you can use agriculture to finance that. So do the agriculture now, and the profits you get from the agriculture, bit by bit, you put into the medical infrastructure, because, like I said, you're going to need a lot of money to push this and to make it work for Trinidad.
We have
one thing you can do is Cuba.
We have the time for bit by
I don't know
bit.
if you guys are following Cuba. Cuba has some really
Slimy, hold on.
Alzheimer's treatment.
Slimy, hold on there a second.
We have bit by bit. We're not even targeting the US. We're targeting everybody that in the Caribbean that already subscribing to our system. Your research would have told you that we're vying in about 5 areas in this country. 5 areas. We have visual.
You hear anything, Smiley?
No, I'm not. I'm only hearing like.
Well, I'm listening to it on YouTube. Cardiac. Renison, you saw the list. It's about 5 major areas that we have that people leave their countries in the Caribbean to come. The research has already presented 39,000 subscribe to our services currently. Aggressive marketing, yes. Higher return, yes. And all sectors, as you would have seen the research that I presented, had all these sectors.
Let me just finish my point about Cuba, right? You know, this actually promotes your medical tourism.
Why we are presented?
All right, if you want to avoid the marketing, like the billions of marketing, you gotta afford something to the people. That is within America. America has a pretty advanced medical system. The only problem is cost. So let's say Cuba. I was talking about Cuba before. Cuba has these amazing treatments in cancer, Alzheimer's. I think they cured
Cuba have
they cured
an
lung cancer
on them.
And China cured diabetes. Those 2 things. If you could partner with those countries and bring those treatments to Trinidad, like in a rapid amount of time, you can have the medical tourism industry pop up in Trinidad. That could be like something you can use as like a marketing ploy, and then you can use and spread that all over.
Slimy, I feel you in here, and we good.
Any other option doesn't work.
Slimy, you hearing us? You hearing me?
No, I'm hearing you, but I'm not hearing her.
Okay. Well, she want to
Could you bring her audio closer to the mic or something?
Yes, we have it directly going to the system, but
problems. Renison, this man have hearing problems and selective memory. Because
Slimy, you hear that?
The government not
responsible. I have selective memory, but what did I forget?
I indicated, I broke it down.
What I have selective memory about? What did I forget? What am I selecting to remember?
Guess what? The same thing we mention in depth, consistently, repeatedly, is the same thing he came to say. He's an attention seeker. This man have problems. More than 2 hour subscription, we cannot entertain this man, because how can you come back and say the very same thing?
Slimy,
been saying from day
Slimy, what she's saying in a nutshell.
How about this? Is that link you have still good? Maybe her audio will be better on that link. If I have a direct connection to her, I can't hear nothing she's saying.
Yeah,
what I'm hearing is one or two cuss words.
Yeah, we have a that's
cuss words from.
Yo, going on. I go down.
The cuss coming through.
Listen to me. I go down. Send any link. Let us send in this link.
And maybe I can hear better like
this man have serious problems, Renison. Imagine that. You hearing cuss words. Me and you are obscene yet.
No, well, that the thing to destabilize you,
You hear
from
cuss words. I say the government is not to blame. But guess what? You come back, you had to correct him, and I had to say, when I said that now, I itemize what their responsibility is from where people responsibility step in as well. Yeah? We've been championing this medical tourism for the longest while. You come up to say the exact same thing we have been saying from day one, expounded. We have a whole document put together with it. But guess what? You come up to say the same thing we saying. Is attention you like?
So we're saying.
Yes, attention.
So we're saying then Slimy just on attention. Slimy.
He is an attention seeker and an opportunist.
Slimy, we here. We just see up. We bring it here so we could have a conversation. But I don't know if your mic ain't working. We ain't see nothing else. I mean, people want I want to hear you. Hello.
Listen. That man have issues.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. That man have issues, right? He is an opportunist and an attention seeker.
Just so. Hello, good night. Just so. Hello, good night. Caller, good night.
Good night again, Mr.
Yes. I bring up Slimy on the line here. So let me hear your comment because I wanted him to hear she directly now.
Yeah. So what about deforestation and what about the illegal quarrying?
Because,
listen, when rain falling, you see how much still and rumbles just be out on the streets.
Somebody noticing.
That plays a big factor in the.
And the same rainfall going and flood out the same crops that he wanted to start with first. And all you will hear farmers saying is how much millions in losses they have.
And fail to move. So.
Yeah, so in your case, nobody. I mean, caller.
That's all right. But guess what?
Caller, it's because of the bad internet. You're hearing Slimy, right?
No, for me, let me hear. Tell Slimy speak.
Slimy, go ahead. Let me hear. Yeah, well.
But let me hang up so Kizzy and Slimy to get back with the conversation.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, here's I mean, yeah, so
I'm gonna tell you something.
So
when I say the agriculture plan,
the deforestation of the country,
the comprehensive agriculture plan.
Kizzy.
Tell him that the
I understand your point of view, and I agree with you with the medical tourism and the agriculture. But
what is you saying about?
You have to understand, right? You have to understand. You see them looking at in a different perspective. Now you looking at your perspective, but let me put this in our vision. Before we could consider any investment in any kind of tourism, we have to be self-sustainable.
Correct.
And this is why I agree with you with the agriculture. If we lower our import bill, and I always say it, we'll have more money to invest.
Correct.
In the infrastructure in Trinidad.
Correct.
So I agree with this, Slimy. So let me leave you on Miss Kizzy to get all the bacchanal on, because right now
this is not a bacchanal. Let me know this is not a bacchanal. This is not a bacchanal.
No. He gone. I had a bone to pick with him with that corporal punishment in school, man. But I like this conversation with the medical tourism and agriculture.
So they're looking at the agriculture, right? You know how much farmers going to come up and indicate how much losses they've had. What will happen to that money that would have been invested and we're waiting to get it back. Good. If you have a comprehensive BCG, you work on what will sustain us by the cash cow and the stars. And then the rest of it will come. Food is necessary.
Kizzy, we still getting some technical difficulties.
One of our major imports. I don't know now. This is beyond my control at this point in time. There ain't much I could do about it at this point in time.
Yeah, we hear it a little better now.
At our import bill, the import we have is based on a lot of items that we are unable to produce here. Apples, grapes, those type of things. We do have imports on certain things that we don't need, like for example, broccoli. But guess what? Not broccoli, cauliflower. But cauliflower is seasonal. So you will see an import of cauliflower coming into the market because it is a seasonal crop in Trinidad and Tobago. We have to wait for it to grow. But when you have rain situations like this flooding out places, for the same agriculture that he's indicating, when the rain wash out everybody, where the money coming back from, the money that we invest, where it's coming back from.
You can't prevent floods?
Oh, you and God have a commission going on, some type of partnership.
So humans don't know how
because
to beat
God
God when it comes
bigger
to
countries than us can't stop it.
bigger dotish countries like London who don't take care of their infrastructure.
And what about the US?
Same
when
thing.
They flood. Okay.
Same thing. They're not taking care of their infrastructure.
So then, okay.
When is the last time the USA spent money
And
in
they
their
had the money
infrastructure?
to do it.
If you want to talk about a country,
Guess what?
let's talk about China.
One person at a time. Let me. Oh gosh.
They have the money to do it. At the end of the day.
You see what's going on? We having a serious, again, technical difficulties. But Slimy, what you said, I mean, you have a counter argument concerning this. What is your response to this thing altogether?
I think the medical tourism is a good idea, but we should give it like a 10-year time frame for Trinidad. Like jumping on this now, where you have to spend $10 to $50 million, you know, when you compare it to $1 million for agriculture, it's like dollars and cents, man. Medical tourism is good, but you have to have a incentive to draw people to the country.
Now the statistics were in which we was drawing upon Slimy, and we will show it on the screen. Matter of fact,
I'm showing you my statistics. You guys want to talk about AI, so I did the same thing you all did, and right here is in front of you is the screen.
I seen it.
And it talks about the comparisons between agriculture and medical tourism.
Right, I am seeing it. I'm making it larger. So I mean, you want to explain your argument? I'll give you a minute. 2 minutes to explain this argument. Let me go into it.
Dollars and cents. Trinidad have no money. We have no money, according to all, yeah? We have no money, right? But we need to make money, and we all know it.
Yes.
A spoke in that wheel.
Flood is a blessing from God.
We have to establish a proper BCG matrix, which is what we presented, all the elements of Trinidad and Tobago that presents a source of income, and which one would allow us the least impact
Agriculture.
should anything go wrong. Because guess what? Whether people come to Trinidad or not, we still have the hospitals. The same hospitals, the same doctors, the same surgeons, the same nurses, whether they come true or not. We invest marketing.
What is the reputation of the Trini doctors and the Trini hospital?
But we come and we invest into the agriculture. guess what? When the floods come and wash it away, what is happening? No one said no to agriculture. We said working together so that way we maximize our opportunity. So at this particular junction, what we need to do, or what I am indicating, because I don't mind coming back tomorrow on this, but this internet frustrated me.
I understand. I understand they keep on coming up and back in
and out, in and out.
Yeah, because I find Slimy should come with a well-rounded argument. I mean, you're just saying that.
But I'm trying to give you one. You keep cutting me off.
Let him come on to another show. He had whole night to do this.
Well, Slimy, yeah, we're going on.
I don't like this public talking thing, man.
Slimy, yeah, we're going on. We come in close. We come in. No, we coming close to the end, but we would like you to join us on our show because you can't be just talking in the chat and want to antagonize people and just putting out all kind of information and without verification.
Bring correct information to people, and I gave him my verification right here that you're refusing to go over.
Send this man the document I send you, Renaissance. Let him read it in depth.
Read what's on the screen.
Well, Slimy, here we're going on.
Every single piece of going
we come in, we go in and bring up our next show.
Solution, Renaissance. What is his solution when the floods hit and all the farmers claim losses? What is his solution? Because I have solutions.
The government, right? When we talking about government subsidy farming, the government pays for that, regardless.
But this is again the same problem with the money coming from to subsidize it.
But you can get money from agriculture in a short period of time. Where
the money coming from? Rain come and right now we have unpredictable weather. Rainy season came before it was supposed to. So you tell me where it coming from.
Did you see that video that Renaissance played earlier?
We have inconsistent conditions.
Did you see that video Renaissance played earlier where they had some kind of tractor pulling up all this brush and dirt and all this stuff from the drains? Did you see that he played it earlier? Why? And if you're complaining about flood, and if we're investing in agriculture as a country, we should obviously clear the drains, so we don't have.
You're not clearing those drains going to cost us more than the marketing to establish medical tourism that will bring the money to then put into the agricultural sector.
$50 million.
$60 million.
Let's say 50. Look at the chart in front of you.
Clean the drains.
No,
clean the
for
drains.
medical tourism. Medical tourism will run you $50 million.
No.
Look at the chart that I have in front of you, if you can see it.
It's too small.
I'm not seeing it.
It's too small. It's too small. It's too small.
It says $50 million on what?
Medical tourism for the digital startup.
What part of it? Did it break down what it's going to be used for? Because I have a research
but Slimy, when you come up with certain information, your information has to be clear, you know? Because look at putting it up here.
Bring it up.
Bring it up here bigger and it look fuzzy.
$50 million on what?
It's fuzzy.
Hospitals and marketing.
Which hospitals? The
whatever
ones that
hospital you want to
already,
use. Whatever hospital you want.
Underutilized. The ones that we have built already underutilized.
Yes.
We're not building new ones, you know. We are not building new ones. But so if you are presenting it as if we are going to build new ones, that is where your problem is. That is where the $50 million comes from.
Hospital.
We're not building new ones. We're using what we have.
Nobody's saying anything about building new hospitals. You have to upgrade the hospitals that you currently have in order to.
But what is the upgrade requirements? What is the hospital currently needing?
Digital X-rays, digital this, digital that, digital the other.
Which one? Arima have. San Fernando got. Point 14 got. Brandy got. Did you check that?
Digital X-rays.
Did you?
All right. What about digital MRIs? What about DNA scanning?
Hey, hold on. Let me give you something for your special needs. When you check our private sector, our intention is for everybody to gain. So we don't need all of those things in all of our hospitals. Just like how the general
in the
send
private
it
Sli-
to
sector,
other
not the
places,
1%.
we utilize
Slimy,
other
Slimy, you
places
are going
as
on.
well.
Just so, we are there on the show
In the
tonight.
private sector.
That's
Slimy,
what I
wait.
said.
Don't run. What you running for?
Development plan.
You call me
Because
out
you
here,
have
boy.
to concept as sustainable development
You wake
plan.
up my man
So
there.
you have that.
No, well, you want to say that? The show done go way beyond the time already. We gonna bring you up on our next show. We wanted to present your argument in a candid, I hear typewriters
Yes,
ponging in the back. I hear them ponging the keyboard in the back.
This man's research is incomplete because our research was sustainable development for the economy, where every aspect of the economy, including every single ministry, every single organization, or every single business, would have benefited from it. So when he come with a half-hide in-between thing and hoping to use that as his prop, he need to come better than that.
What you have
There
to
is no way.
What you have to say about that, Slimy?
$50 million. $50 million.
As soon as I start arguing, I'll get cut off. So I have nothing to say.
No, well, we're not arguing. This is not an argument. This is not an argument. Just so, Kezia, there is no argument.
Very
Slimy.
strong with her point. I respect that.
We need to be
Because
respectful.
you have not presented a full comprehensive outlay as to what the $50 million is for, to furnish
Marketing.
and facilitate. For just marketing, we need $50 million for marketing.
How much?
Man, the government will give me 50,000 out to every island myself.
How much does it cost for 30 seconds of ad time on a TV in America?
What you need TV for? And it have
How you gonna market?
internet. Yeah.
Huh?
You have all social medias.
All right, how
many
much that's going to
people
cost you
look at
to
TV?
market in America?
Do you know the last statistic is that TV advertising is at its lowest? Did you know the
You're
last
going to be marketing to
statistical
old
review?
people. Old people don't watch the internet.
Globally, the last statistical review is that TV and radio is
Old and sick
going
people
down.
don't watch YouTube. They just watch TV
So you say,
in America.
that's what you say. And I know that not to be true because they had programs for seniors to bring them up to speed on how to use devices simply because they were already transitioning into monitor remotely.
What program is that?
Especially during COVID.
What program is that?
You forget that? During COVID, to get them in and out of banks and stuff, didn't they transition them to online banking?
What does that have to do with medical tourism? I'm lost.
Because you just mentioned seniors can't use this and can't use that. And I'm telling you, you are talking crap. Because that ain't true. An entire program went on during COVID for seniors.
When an old person...
And prior to that, there was a program to transition seniors into technology, especially those who weren't using it. The statistical review out of the communications in the US, UK, and Canada is that more seniors, hence there's specific mobile companies designed for seniors where they have phones with bigger font and stuff like that. Well, we could adjust ours, but because most seniors are not that tech savvy, they have a actual company that is geared to work
TV where they can see properly
using their devices. There's a full program for that.
They will watch it on the TV where they can see it properly and don't have to scrunch with their glasses. And you're marketing to sick people, right? Old people, TV.
Anyways, so moving
TV marketing.
along,
How much that cost?
See that.
No, in between thing, it ain't no $50 million to market medical tourism in the Caribbean. Yeah? In the Caribbean, which we kept saying is our market. Should anyone else in any other part of the world want to use our service because it may be cheaper,
we
welcome them. But in the meantime, in between time, we work with our Caribbean brethren and sisters
And how long
Those
would
that
that?
have
All right.
real
So,
medical
so
issues that they are currently experiencing, and some of them that are currently using our facilities. A lot of them
all
are
right. So we
unaware
use
that
the
they can come
Caribbean
here
base.
for those things.
We use the Caribbean base as like that'll be the what we will use to get like the feedback of our services. Good. So we use them. Let's start there because the ultimate goal is you want US dollars. You don't want Barbadian dollars and all that. You're marketing to the US customer. So we use those Caribbean bodies as like I wouldn't say guinea pigs, but like when they get their services, they can go out and spread the word to their friends or whatever. But the ultimate goal is to get US clients. How are you going to get US clients? So Trini
Why
explain.
is the ultimate goal to get US clients?
Because it's US dollars you're going for.
Lovey, let me correct you and let me
You don't want
enlighten
US
you,
dollars?
because I'm really beginning to believe more and more that you do have special needs. So let me enlighten you. Do
I
you
need US
know
dollars.
every
Trinidad need
Caribbean
US dollars.
island in the Caribbean, everyone English speaking, you could walk into their bank like right now between the islands, they only trade US. They don't trade the
So
EC
they come
because
into the
we
Caribbean.
need the US.
So
Do
the
you know
Caribbean.
the Republic banks and all the other islands filters their US to Trinidad bank? Do you know that? We don't need to market to the US to get US. US is a trading dollar that every country in the world has.
You're marketing to the US because those are the people that will pay the big bucks, the big dollars.
We're marketing to the Caribbean because that is our
You're not going to
market.
offer the Caribbean clients the same prices that you would offer the US clients.
We don't care for the US. Our price would be set standard because we're not competing. We're not going to compete what we can't compare. We are providing a service for those who are unable to afford it by going to the US and other places where it may be more costly to stay to get what they need done.
So give me
You
an
can get a
example. Give me an
holistic
example.
and comprehensive package
Give me an
that will
example
not
of a
cost you
package.
an arm and a leg.
Yes, that's what I
One
was talking
surgery
about.
that may cost you 10,000, 20,000 in Trinidad, US dollars, may cost you 100 US dollars to go stay, eat, do your procedure, etc. We are providing that
Give
at
me
a
an
lesser
example of
cost
a package.
because it's dollar for dollar value.
Slimy, before we go on, somebody would have just messaged me. Somebody saying as if you're running from, you're hiding from somebody or some kind of thing. I mean, you're brave enough to come up on our chat. Nobody,
I'm ugly.
you're afraid people kill you or some kind of thing because you have been antagonizing people all over Trinidad and Tobago, all down in the
You
island.
get time to do your makeup and lipstick. I ain't
You know
have none
what
of
he
that.
remind me of? You remember when all over the world was this guy
I'm
Sam?
an ugly man.
This no, this
I ain't going to
this
like
guy
Lennox and have that man with the bumpy face on the
um,
TV. Nah. Mr. Rima was talking about the guy with the bumpy face.
Yeah,
That's
but
on my face right
seeing
now.
that we on this slime, I don't want to keep you here so long because
Ezekiel from this guy's skits when all over the world was waiting to hear what going on with Ezekiel because he was the worst. This is Slimy's current portfolio.
Ezekiel
He's
the
the
angel?
worst.
yeah. He's the worst.
Right?
Because he getting
Can't
blocked
better
on.
than that.
I hear he get blocked on nearly every internet program.
That's what I keep hearing.
Why they keep on blocking you here and blocking you
Like
so
you're
and
calling people dotish.
nobody? Oh God, you gotta be respectable. I mean, come on, I hear this man block you, that man block you.
No, Radisson. No. Forrest Gump had a saying, and I want to use it back now. He said because they dotish, all right. Dotish is as dotish does. If you present a half-hide research like this and think it go reach somewhere and you ain't think about the floods with the subsidy that you're asking the government to do,
That's
and
a
when the
weak
flood
argument.
come and wash it away, we have to find the millions to pay the farmers to start again. How comprehensive was that? Stupid as a stupid
So
does.
you were telling me that Trinidad cannot
Stupid
prevent
as a
floods.
stupid does.
You're trying to tell me Trinidad cannot prevent floods. That's
Yeah.
what you're telling me.
No, what I am saying is that there are certain low-lying areas in Trinidad and Tobago that flood cannot be alleviated. But
Okay,
So why you planting
thank
there?
you, Anderson.
Or plant
First world
something
countries
that,
can
that's
do
not
it.
affected by
Who is
flood?
me? But guess what?
true.
Renison, we could do it,
Put a mango tree or
No,
something?
We does ask ourselves the same question.
Renison,
Why you planting
focus.
there?
Hey, this man in the host, that's why me ain't no host. So let him calm down and get back. Let me tell you this. He just said, yeah, he is in the one that's saying that we could fix it. Of course we can.
I know they have
You know
full of
how
there now.
when we do the medical tourism and the money is there, we could do anything. But if you want we to put the money we don't have in agriculture, then
So
we
you want to
wouldn't
put
have.
the money we don't have in medical tourism? That will take years to fruition. When in
I
6
am
months,
pretty sure the same word of mouth you just talk about could be the marketing that we start with. Because if you understand marketing concept, that is where marketing started, word of mouth. Every hospital in all the Caribbean, we start talking to them. We will do this procedure for you for
you're
this
a very
amount.
good debater. You talk a lot, man.
Every single facility in all the Caribbean countries, we will give you this for this amount. We will help you. Whatever you can do for your people, send them our way.
Yes, wasn't the topic tonight supposed to be about floods?
Yes, the topic's supposed to be, but you know, we deviate a little bit.
Renison.
Yes, let me go there.
Back. This man is not the host, and this man
Well-
out of timing.
well-
Because let me tell you, and do not side with him. Our
me
topic
talk about
was
the
not
flood.
the flood. It came up because you said you saw something that you wanted to share with me and hear my thoughts on. It was not the topic. And we did say we would stick a pin in what our topic was supposed to be and deal with that for the time being because it's a current issue that we would like to address.
That is true. I remember the beginning. It had the little glitch, and we would have started. I would have started off. True.
Nothing ain't wrong with my memory and
well,
my hearing ain't bad.
At the end of the day, Smiley. I mean, and next time again we go pull you up for a nice little for an interview where you can really bring in facts. You understand? And your chest taking that 42 to at least show your face now. I don't want to continue because we done going forwards and going. Come on, this is. I'm going and cut off this.
It's not my comprehensive. He saved $50 million to renovate all the hospitals, all the major hospitals.
That's what AI say. I didn't say that.
We
AI say that.
indicated a sustainable development plan, which would cover every ministry, every economy, and every business. You come with a half-eye presentation to say you're winning what? You're looking for clout? It has to be clout you're looking for.
Well,
if you're looking for followers, just say so.
Well, Slimy, thanks for joining us here live on the program. At least you have a little belly. I'll give you a little. You have a little 10% belly. You understand? I'll give you that.
Go use the bathroom and go to his bed. It's past his bed.
Well,
belly.
Well, Slimy, the next time you have a little belly. You have anything else to say in closing to the audience? I mean, people block you all over. What you have to say in general? I give you a little 1 minute of fame. Where you want to tell?
What do you want me to tell these people? Stop being dotish.
all right, brother. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, bro.
Yeah. So, Kezia.
Renison.
He had a little belly to come up. I'll give him that. I'll give. Take a little clap there, my boy. I'll give you a little clap. He had a little belly to come on the chat, to express himself. Yeah, son.
Yeah, but you still can't champion me. He cannot champion me. And don't try to come at me with no half-eyed presentation, thinking you could back me into a corner. I did my research. Quite in London, I heard about this, and I worked on it. We came back, and between you, myself, and Oral, we revamped it. A holistic plan that's going to cover every ministry, every industry, every business. How are you telling me you come up with a half and you still can't tell me what the $50 million is for? Marketing? Why? Renovation? Why? Every facility is already made up. And we don't need all those machines and stuff you're talking about. What they have, they use. And what they don't have, we outsource for. We have a lot of private facilities. So they still earn money. We're not looking to X out anybody. The show, the presentation, the plan is to ensure that everybody benefits from a holistic, sustainable economy, both socially and financially. What you telling me? And then your stupid response is, if we need the US dollars, we had to go to the US. No, fully the fifth. Take a step to the back of the class, because US is a trading dollar. Every Caribbean island has it. All manufacturers, distributors in Trinidad, when they sell into up the islands, they ask them to make their payment in US dollars. So why it is yes, you're telling me? But guess what? You can't come back. You can't make a comeback from that. Because I'll let you know, every Caribbean island trades in US. US is almost a normal dollar in those islands. You could go in any store. Your wallet have US like nothing, because you could walk in the bank and say, I can get a US, please. They don't want to ask you where the money you get come from to buy it, where you're working, where you're using it for. They don't want to know nothing. Color your underwear, nothing. They ain't asking you nothing. You're walking and you walk out with what you ask for. And you know, Renison, that I ain't talking smoke. And as a matter of fact, I could present, but not about that tonight. When you come and come good. Don't bring no halfway presentation because you're looking for attention. I'm not doing this because of attention. Because you, Renison, know when you came to me, I said, this is something that I didn't want to get back into at all. But I understand the need for it, the burning desire, the want for a better Trinidad and Tobago. One that we could be proud of, one that could change the narrative. And you want to come with a half-fight, one slide? That's where you take all those programs, that's all you take? All those programs we did, talking about the same thing. And that is all you could have come up with. One page of nonsense. See why I tell you I had to write a note and send it home for his parents? This man not doing his homework. This boy ain't doing his homework and you want to come up against me? Partner, I earn my stripes. I earn my stripes. And what I don't do just for Trinidad and Tobago. So when I talk, I speak from a position of knowing, understanding, and experience. Get your act together. You're coming at me, come straight. Come straight. Because we have real issues in this country. Real people experiencing real challenges. We need real solutions. So when you're saying you keep it real, what do you keep real? An incomplete slide you bring. And then you want to turn and talk about you're looking for attention. You are an attention seeker. You have not said anything to present a comprehensive, sustainable development plan on the agriculture, because that's where you're championing. All I turn and tell you is that, what about the floods? Because you want to know, because he jumped back. Wasn't the program supposed to be on the flood? No, it wasn't. But while we're on that topic, what about the floods? When the same agriculture you have, with money we don't have, go into agriculture and they fall, where are we getting it from? To start back from square one. stop playing games with me. Trinidad and Tobago, the rest of the world, we'd like to thank you very much for your attention tonight. The opportunity to present before you and allow you to understand the direction that our country and economy needs to go into in order for us to be stronger and better than we are right now. Unfortunately, tonight we did not have Oral with us. We hope for the next broadcast he would be with us and we would be able to sit as a panel once again. And maybe Slimy could come in doing his homework and do better than he did today. Renison?
True. He should do better. And before we leave this broadcast here tonight, I would like to big up one of the new texts, matter of fact, Royal Leonard Niza, and he would have said, make education free, build libraries in all school and city. The country needs to educate. Too many uneducated who are not being creative, but a burden to the criminal career.
I agree.
I mean, it's a good thing. I mean, he would have made a lot of comments. I mean, tonight, we welcome you here. I mean, everybody here, and the next time that you could call us live on the program. Now is 11:54. Keziah, 11:54 tonight, and you can call us live anytime you join us here. We'll be here every Saturday. As a matter of fact, we go try to do our program in the week, but at the same time, we go keep on upload and keeping you aware of what is taking place within this country. So, Keziah, I'll leave in here, close off. What is your closing comment, matter of fact?
Well, I pretty much did my closing comments. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for their viewership, their support, their comments, and just keeping us alive every Saturday. Because without viewers, the program will be nothing. We encourage you to share, invite other friends, your family members to view, because our ideas would not be the only ideas. And in order for us to get the word out, it will take more than just our voices to be heard in order for it to reach the ear of the people that it needs to. So I would just hope that you all will be encouraged to share and tune in with us every Saturday. Yeah?
So kids, Kizzy, take it light. Go and take a nice little rest tonight.
Fine, You would not believe I am fine.
Don't let people send up your pressure and thing. If you understand.
No, what set my pressure up was dealing with the private sector sustainability. That sent my pressure up.
Okay.
People like Slimy, I deal with them on a daily basis. Them so don't even get me to rattle my chain. And what I needed to do was to let him know, long rope from a goat, and when you start to wrap yourself up, I will hang you with it. And he easily hung himself because there was no comeback. So I'm good. I am absolutely fine.
All right. Well, thanks for joining me here tonight. I mean, I joined you tonight,
Always.
and it was always a pleasure. Well, go and sleep. Go and sleep tonight. Go and sleep tonight. Go and sleep.
Definitely.
All right then.
All right. Take care. Be safe.
Yeah, you too. You know, before I leave here tonight, I find tonight I must clear up an issue. As I would have just placed on the screen, from individual to collectivism. And there are people really and truly to deal with this issue. There are people that would have firebrand me because of the statements that I make. Everybody is different. And it was Friedrich Nietzsche that would have talked about the two type of individual. And these two type of individuals is the collective, which consists of groups of people coming together due to fear and survival. And there is the individual who brings this newness and this freshness to what is taking place, or the views that is not corrupted by the views of the general public. Notwithstanding that everybody have a point of view, but is really and truly the individual that shapes societies all over the world. So at the end of the day, whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 views, that at the end of the day don't concern me. Where it is you're having 3 people in the grapevine blacklisting what is taking place here, because it do not fall within their narrative. At the end of the day, I am responsible for me. You is responsible for you. And what I believe in, I am willing to die for it. Right now, people of Trinidad and Tobago, something is taking place within the atmosphere. And there are particular groups of people that is pushing this too far. And when you push this thing too far, there is going to be repercussions, whether you like it or not. In winning, you could go too far. In winning, you could go too far. So, I'm going straight into this piece of thing here, so you could understand from a different perspective what I mean by saying just that. What I meant by saying just that. So to those outside here that believe that certain people must act according to certain people, let me go right into this way one time. I feel I go and bring this up on the screen from a book, The Call from the 48th Law of Power, Law 47. In winning, you could go too far. And before I close off tonight, I have to divulge this thing here. So we putting it up here within the right corner on my side. Law
Do not go past the mark you aimed for. In victory, learn when to stop. The moment of victory is often the moment of greatest peril. In the heat of victory, arrogance and overconfidence can push you past the goal you had aimed for, and by going too far, you make more enemies than you defeat. Do not allow success to go to your head. There is no substitute for strategy and careful planning. Set a goal, and when you reach it, stop. Understand, in the realm of power, you must be guided by reason. To let a momentary thrill or an emotional victory influence or guide your moves will prove fatal. When you attain success, step back, be cautious. When you gain victory, understand the part played by the particular circumstances of a situation, and never simply repeat the same actions again and again. History is littered with the ruins of victorious empires and the corpses of leaders who could not learn to stop and consolidate their gains. Because it is so tempting to exclaim our victories, our wins, to the world around us. The world around us, whether this be on social media or in person. We like to talk about the positive things we've done, achieved, accomplished, goals we've hit. And we like to go further and talk about what we're going to do next past then. Now this law is exemplifying how there is danger in that. There is a great danger in letting your emotions, even though they may be positive, uplifting and empowering, drive you. There is a quote that I really love and that I've committed to memory that I think encapsulates this law very eloquently, and it's avoid undue elation in achievement and undue depression in adversity. And what this means is, don't get too high, don't get too low. The most common thing to say is to not get too low. You know, when you're depressed or when you're sad or when you have these lowly emotions, quickly people come to the rescue to try and lift you up. But how often do people come in a moment of great achievement to help you bring you back down? It's unbalanced. It's unbalanced because we have a negative connotation of these negative emotions, of these adverse emotions that can be self-destructive in many ways, but also provide a lot of growth within them. But when we feel elation from victory and winning, we often go too far because no one reels us in. Now, when no one reels us in, because most don't understand that being too elated in achievement can be dangerous as well. So while the status quo may not understand this, well, I don't make my videos for the status quo. I make them for the minority. And that is you, listening. So, you have to remind yourself, like I remind myself, not to get too high in achievement and winning, because there is great danger in that, and I will go on to explain why and how. Success plays strange tricks on the mind. It makes you feel invulnerable, while also making you more hostile and emotional when people challenge your power, because you're on a high, right? You've won. Your victory, you've tasted the sweet elixir of success. And this puts you in a vulnerable position, especially if you haven't tasted it before. So when other people come to challenge this, it can reveal insecurities and shake your foundation. It makes you less able to adapt to circumstances. You come to believe your character is more responsible for your success than your strategizing and planning. You need to realize that your moment of triumph is also a moment when you have to rely on cunning and strategy all the more, consolidating your power base, recognizing the role of luck and circumstance in your success, and remaining vigilant against changes in your good fortune. It is the moment of victory when you need to play the courtier's game and pay more attention than ever to the laws of power. The greatest danger occurs at the moment of victory. Napoleon Bonaparte. Keys to power. Power has its own rhythms and patterns. Those who succeed at the game are the ones who control the patterns and vary them at will, keeping people off balance while they set the tempo. And the essence of strategy is controlling what comes next. And the elation of victory can upset your ability to control what comes next in two ways. First, you owe your success to a pattern that you are apt to try to repeat. You will try to keep moving in the same direction without stopping to see whether this is still the direction that is best for you. Second, success tends to go to your head and make you emotional. Feeling invulnerable, you make aggressive moves that ultimately undo the victory you have gained. But the lesson is simple. The powerful vary their rhythms and patterns, change the course, adapt to circumstance, and learn to improvise. Rather than letting their dancing feet impel them forward, they step back and look where they are going. That is the challenge. To pause amongst the midst of victory is the challenge, is the hardest thing. To take a breath, analyze, and move with caution but swiftness. It is as if their bloodstream bore a kind of antidote to the intoxication of victory, letting them control their emotions and come to a kind of mental halt where they have attained success. They steady themselves, give themselves the space to reflect on what has happened, examine the role of circumstance and luck in their success. As they say in riding school, you have to be able to control yourself before you can control the horse. Luck and circumstance always play a role in power. This is inevitable and actually make the game more interesting. But despite what you may think, good luck is more dangerous than bad luck. This is kind of what I was saying before about elation having the potential to be more dangerous than depression. Now, bad luck teaches valuable lessons about patience, timing, and the need to be prepared.
Now, I went through that there because of the comment that was made by a particular caller. To him who thinketh he standeth, take heed lest he fall. My name is Venison Jeffrey and this is the Workers' Rights Platform, and we are broadcasting live on the Workers' Rights Network. Thanks for watching and being a part of this program. God is good. So continue to firebrand me.
You ever wondered what the role and function of your government is to you, your country, and to its economy? Ministries, how their decisions impact every aspect of your life and your livelihood? Well, join us every Saturday for Trinbago Social Talkonomics, where we highlight good government, good governance, best practices, and key performance indicators. Join us at 7:30 p.m. on our YouTube podcast. See you there.